Rise, if you're able, for the National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on prend, c'est porter l'épée, et c'est porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanash, Nani Bueda Migweche Wendanda. Nani Bueda Migweche Wendanda.
Please join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Paul Bronfman, Brian Coles, Peter Crawford, Randy Eckler, David Harricharan, Hugh McDougall, Sharon McLeod, and Carol Lorraine Sutton. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, I believe you just want to say a few words.
Yes, I do, Speaker. I'd just like to welcome Jonathan Bronfman to the City Council chambers today, the son of Paul Bronfman. We just have recognized him with a condolence motion, and to express our deepest sadness to you and the family about the passing of your wonderful father. Paul was a titan in the film industry. He was at William F. White, the most well-known equipment place probably in North America, even in the world. He was a fighter for our film industry, for Toronto Film Studios, for Pinewood, to maintain our wonderful industry in the Portlands, and a real leader, somebody who will be very, very missed. And I would just like to say those few words about Paul today. We recognize his tremendous contribution to this most important industry in the city of Toronto. So thank you, Paul, and thank you very much, Jonathan, for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us today who are watching the meeting online. Members, before we get to our agenda, I understand we have an announcement. Councillor Thompson, you wish to make an announcement at this time?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning, everyone. Speaker, I rise to update Council and colleagues in Toronto, our residents, of a serious incident that took place in my ward, which is the downtown portion of Scarborough, on the night of March the 7th. Gunmen are in fact still at large. The police continue their appeal for tips and any information on who might be responsible for the mass shooting that took place in my ward on March the 7th. I encourage and plea to all who may have information to call the police at 416-808-2500 with any scrap of information that they may have. We have not been cowered by those amongst us who want to threaten our sense of security and enjoyment of our city. My sympathies and support go out to the victims of this frightening episode and, of course, their families. I want to again remind residents that they can reach out to the police by contacting Crime Stoppers at 416-222-8477 or by visiting the TIPS website at www.222tips.com. Speaker, since the shooting, my office has met with the police, the victims, the owners of the establishment, and of course, the concerned members of the community. At approximately 10:40 on Friday, March the 7th, 3 masked gunmen walked into a standalone restaurant in Scarborough Centre, our downtown area, and callously opened fire on the attendees celebrating the opening of Piper Arms. This is a family restaurant, not a nightclub, not a pub in the traditional sense, but in its name. The owners were in attendance with their families and many others. To quote the owners, much like attending a keg or any other family-style restaurants, no one anticipated a need for extra security. 12 people were injured, 7 of them by gunshots, 5 by broken glass and other debris. It was and is truly a miracle that no one died from this mass shooting that took place. I have visited 4 of the 7 gun victims, and they are in varying stages of recovery, both physically and psychologically. The victims report that the attackers walked in with assault rifles and handguns, appeared young, professional, calm, in no hurry, shot up the restaurant, and then left without saying not one word. One victim, a TTC bus driver, was shot in 6 places in his leg and his groin area. Another was shot in the arm. In fact, he's not able to use any of his limbs, his arms, for the next 6 weeks or so. Ordinary people were subjected to the trauma. A bus driver, a bartender, on the job for the first night. Visitors, hoping to land a gig as a DJ or to use the facilities for other functions later on this summer. Workers working at a restaurant. It's fair to say that Toronto is safe, but this incident, or an incident like this, it's becoming harder to validate that safety, although we know our city is safe. There are many rumors as to the potential motive for the shooting, including media speculation around the dispute in the tow truck industry. Police have not confirmed any motives. The owners are devastated. They're in shock, as is members of the community. They have no idea why their establishment was targeted. They spent 2.5 years fixing up the space that was once the old Scott House, a famous Scarborough eatery. It was their dream project after operating several restaurants since 2017. having 300 employees across the GTA and Southern Ontario. Based on what I've seen from the reports of the victims, the police have responded extremely well. I want to acknowledge and thank the work of the police and Deputy Chief Rob Johnston and the Guns and Gang team. And especially I want to thank Detective Brian Maharaj, everyone from EMS, our hospital personnel, and of course our crisis response team, and Nikea Perry, who are committed to helping and also their professionalism. I think it's really important to understand that the challenges that all of the victims are going through, they will continue to need our support. And we should all ensure and encourage, and of course saying our prayers go out to them. It's really important for us to ensure that they understand that we all feel their pain, but for the grace of God, persons could have been killed. Similarly, Speaker, I want to draw our attention to the following. We have a federal election that's in place right now. It would be good to hear from our leaders vying to become the next Prime Minister. It would be good to hear from them to promise to hold Donald Trump responsible for the flood of guns across our borders. If tariffs on Canada are a reasonable response to the tiny amount of fentanyl leaking into the United States from Canada, then surely there should be hell to pay for the thousands of guns that are coming in from the United States. They're made in the United States. The illegal guns that cross into our border from the United States. The U.S. is not doing anything to prevent the guns from landing in Toronto and our cities. I think it's important for us to call on our leaders to ensure that we hold the Americans accountable. I want to reiterate, Speaker, how proud I am of our Toronto Police Service. They have done a remarkable job, and I know that it's only a matter of time that those callous individuals who have caused this great carnage, and I use the word carnage because it is such in as much as no one has died, but the pain that has been inflicted on these individuals will go a long time. I want to say again to those who may be harboring these individuals, do call the police, do help them to be able to apprehend and bring these individuals to justice. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you would like to make an announcement?
Oh, sorry, that's for tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow?
Yes,
Sorry,
thank
okay.
you.
Remind me tomorrow. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. I rise this morning on behalf of myself and colleagues who recently returned from a visit to Taiwan for the Smart Cities Summit with a focus on digital and green transformation. Councillors Cheng, Chernos Lin, Candeval, Myers, and myself, as well as Greg Percy and Josh Cole on behalf of TTC, and Warren Daniel from the Housing Secretariat, had the incredible privilege of visiting Taipei and Kaohsiung cities in Taiwan over the past week for the Smart Cities Summit. At every turn, our group was warmly received, immersed in beautiful Taiwanese culture, and richly enlightened through a full schedule of visits and learning opportunities. Special thanks to Deputy Mayor Charles Lin in Kaohsiung City, as well as Deputy Mayor in Taipei City, Wen Teng Cheng, and as well Speaker of Council for Taipei City Government, Tai Si Chin. We'd like to also acknowledge the incredible senior civil servants within the housing and transit leadership in Taiwan in both cities. We had incredible opportunities to learn from them. They were open to sharing their experiences, challenges, and successes in city building. There are many tangible areas for mutual learning and cooperation between our world-class cities. We had the privilege of connecting on shared priorities, like the value of and importance of a circular economy, and had the opportunity to explore deeply successful social housing models and experience one of the cleanest and best-run public transit systems in the world. We look forward to debriefing our visit, making connections here at home, and remaining in touch with our friends in Taiwan. This opportunity would not have been possible without the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and specifically would like to thank Hans Chow, the Deputy Director General of the Department of North American Affairs, and the Taipei Economic Office and Cultural Office here at home in Toronto. Our coordinator and guide, Ms. Elisa Wu, made the trip absolutely memorable, and we're so grateful for the time together, information gleaned, and warm memories shared. I would like to say an extra special thanks to Councillor Lily Chang, whose passion and enthusiasm and commitment to fruitful connections is palpable and inspiring. I'm grateful we have leaders like her who make moments like these possible. This experience was a testament to our city motto, diversity is our strength, and a reminder that despite our many challenges, we truly are a unique, proud, and global city with limitless potential. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. It was just recently brought to my attention, I guess it was a big secret, but Mayor Chow celebrated her birthday on Monday. So happy belated birthday, Mayor. Guess you kept it a big secret, eh? No? Okay. Thank you. We're all getting old. Okay, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes? So if Councillor Thompson, you would like to move that? It's on the screen. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That council confirmed the minutes of council from the regular meeting held on December 17th and 18th, 2024, and special meeting held on December 20th, 2024, February 5th, 2025, and February 11th, 2025, in the form supplies to the members.
All those in favor, raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, there are 4 administrative inquiries. Under Council's procedure, City Council can receive an administrative inquiry for information and refer it to a Council committee. We have Administrative Inquiry 28.1 from Councillor Pasternak regarding the growing crisis of public safety in the City of Toronto. The City Manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the City Manager for a very concise response. We need every measure possible to protect faith-based and vulnerable institutions in our city. This sets a deadline in which we will debate bubble zone bylaws on the council floor and make sure that the institutions that are under siege in the city are protected. I'll move receipt.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak has moved receipt. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. We have Administrative Inquiry 28.2 from Councillor Moyes regarding micro shelters. The answer to this inquiry from the General Manager, Toronto Shelter and Support Services, has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, thank you to staff for this report. We know that as the weather warms up, encampments do grow in our city, and I know that micro shelters may be part of the solution to those issues. I had a conversation with the chair of ECDC, Councillor Bravo, and with her support, I'm going to refer this to ECDC.
So you're moving receipt?
Refer.
Okay. By Councillor Moyes. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. We have Administrative Inquiry 28.3 from Councillor McKelvey regarding February 2025 snow events. The City Manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. Members, there is another item on the agenda that relates to the same subject matter as this Administrative Inquiry. Item EX 20.1, Review of Toronto's Winter Maintenance Program. In order to keep the related information together, I would ask the City Clerk to post the Administrative Inquiry and the City Manager response as background attachments on item EX 28.1. As Council will consider winter maintenance later in the meeting, I rule the Administrative Inquiry redundant. We have Administrative Inquiry 28.4 from Councillor Holiday regarding Sankofa Square signage. The City Manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted with the Council agenda on the City's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Holiday.
Okay. I'll move receipt, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holiday is moving receipt. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce the reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the Executive Committee report.
I do, and it is right there. That report from meeting 21st of the Executive Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. We considered a number of important items, including our first item today, which is our economic action plan in response to U.S. tariff and the senseless trade war we're facing. We also considered a report to move operations of our ferries into fleet services, approved a plan for priority bus lanes to keep people moving on Queens Quay East, a report to waive application fees for the Tamil Community Center to help advance this important community project, and several other important items.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, you have a motion to introduce the Audit Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I do. That the report from meeting number 8 of the Audit Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Members, there are 7 audit items on today's Council agenda. Once, I guess, we pass this motion. The first is a report that we've seen before. That's the Auditor General's 2024 annual report demonstrating value of the Auditor General's office. It has been held, and my request and advice to members for an efficient meeting is if you could let the clerks know the subject area, because it is a very wide in breadth report, that can ensure that the appropriate staff are here to answer questions in addition to the Auditor General. Of course, not held is the Fraud and Waste Hotline report, but should that be held, the same advice. There are 2 subject matter audits, which are really continuations or expansions on other work which we've heard about. First, about the shelter system, and of course, about the parks operations, and both of those have been held. Finally, there are a couple of other audits, one on securing online confidential committee and board meetings, sharing best practices. I encourage everyone to give that information a look, in addition in particular to the information which would be provided to the city's various departments and agencies. A follow-up report from management on the modular housing initiative. That is a follow-up to a previous audit. And finally, some financial statements concerning the arenas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to move the report from meeting 23 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the report of meeting 18 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And I just want to highlight the excellent news for the City of Toronto, its artists, its residents, neighborhoods, for this historic investment in arts funding achieved through this last budget, which will bring arts, animation, and activation to every neighborhood in the city, which is going to make sure that these not-for-profits, which are so crucial to human development, peace building, violence prevention, creating a sense of belonging, and also make this city a global attraction in a time when we want to make sure we have as many tourists coming here from all over the world to appreciate Toronto, that they provide. So this is a promise that was long made by the City of Toronto to the arts community, finally fulfilled, and that good news is in this report.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
I'm just waiting for it, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I would like to move the report from meeting number 19 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Chernis Lynn, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Actually, Councillor Deputy Mayor Cole has arrived, so he will do that on his own behalf.
Okay. Hold on. Let me turn. Okay, Councillor Cole.
Yes, it's my honor to basically substitute in for a great chairman that's gone on to fight for our country. That's Councillor McKelvey's gone to try and do her best in Ajax. But anyways, I just want to say that it was great working with the councillor. Hope best of luck to her. So I just want to move that the report from meeting 19 of the Infrastructure Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 19 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council meeting.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 21 of North York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I skipped over Etobicoke. I can't believe that.
For me.
Councillor Holiday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council.
Oh, goodness, Speaker, is it going to be one of those days? Apologies, I'm just trying to get the screen up. That the report from meeting number 20 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker. I'll be introducing the Scarborough Community Council report once it's on the screen.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. That the report for meeting number 20 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council meeting.
I do, Madam Speaker, and that the report from meeting 20 of Toronto and East York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce new business from the mayor and city officials, moved by Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. That new business from the mayor and city officials listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Please indicate the item number, the nature of the interest, and remember that you must also file a written declaration of your interest with the city clerk. So, Councillor Mantis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. EX 21.5, extending vehicle age limits for vehicles for hire. My family member owns a taxi plate, and I have already submitted the declaration form to the clerk. And I'll be giving the hard copy shortly.
Okay. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a conflict on EX 21.2, Mayor's Economic Action Plan in response to United States tariffs. My spouse works for a U.S.-based company in their Toronto office that could be affected by the motion.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Chow.
I would like to declare an interest on item TE 2029, use of Nathan Phillips Square for various events, May 1st to September 30th, 2025, as I have a family member employed by one of the organizations planning to hold an event.
Thank you. Councillor Coe, I believe you have one, right? Yes, I have two. Okay.
First one is TE 20.40, transit priority measures to support streetcar service during the King Street something. Just my son works for the TTC, so I'm declaring an interest in that. And then the second one is EX 21.4, transit priority on Queens Quay East interim priority bus lanes. And again, I'm declaring an interest because my son works for the TTC. Thank you.
Are there any petitions at this time? No? Okay. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 28.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. We have two deferred items before us today, items DM 28.1 and DM 28.2. The mayor has designated item EX 21.2 on Mayor's Economic Action Plan in response to United States tariffs as our first key matter and first item of business today. The mayor has designated item CC 28.2, identifying and addressing pressures in the refugee and emergency shelter system, as our second key matter and first item of business. The notice of motion run-through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, there are some related matters on the agenda that are proposed to be considered together if they are held. Items T 20.55, MM 28.28, relating to the Ontario line and heavy truck haul routes, if council votes to waive referral on the member motion. The city clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will not go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The city clerk will open the speakers list in CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Deferred item DM 28.1. No? Okay. Okay, on DM 28.1, which is the 4060 St. Lawrence Avenue OLT hearing, I need somebody to hold it down because we do have a supplementary report. Councillor Morley. All right. So we'll go to executive committee now. Mayor Chow? Oh, I guess your name was up there from the last time, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, if anybody wants to hold any items on executive committee, can you please put your name on the list, please? Okay, I don't see any. We're at executive committee. No, we're going through the items. Okay, so we'll go to the audit committee. We'll go to the audit committee. Councillor Fletcher, audit.
Thank you, Speaker. I did send a motion into the clerk earlier, and I hope that they got that before 9:30, to refer 8.1, the supplemental report that the Auditor General did and brought here to Council, to defer that to committee. Refer it to committee.
Hold on,
I sent that about 8:45.
Pardon? The staff are not ready. Councillor Fletcher, the staff are not ready, so let's continue to hold it, okay?
The supplemental came to Council.
Yeah.
But that would then, I'm referring that to.
Yeah, the staff are saying give them some time, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So that's audit. Now, civic appointments has been held down. Economic and Development Committee. No? Okay. General Government Committee. Councillor Myers, General Government.
Yes, I'd like to hold, sorry, just putting it up. GG 19.27, award to GFL Environmental for containerized multi-residential collection of waste materials for solid waste management services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher, General Government.
Yes, Speaker, I'd like to release GG 19.7, suspension of Duron Ontario Limited for a recorded vote.
I'm sorry. 17, not 7. 17?
GG 19.17, suspension of Duron Ontario Limited.
Okay.
Releasing that with a recorded vote, please.
Okay. On GG.
Then I'll continue holding that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cheng.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry I missed the last call, and I'd like to hold EC 18.5, Toronto Community Housing Tenant Engagement System, please.
On EC 18.5?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Moyley. We're on General Government.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I missed also as well. I'm a little slow this morning. I'd like to hold EX 21.1, the review of Toronto's
Okay, hold
winter
on.
maintenance.
EX 21?
21.1, review of Toronto's winter maintenance program.
It's already been held down.
It's being held. Apologies. There's a second one, Madam Speaker, AU 8.5, securing online confidential committee and board meetings.
Okay.
I have some questions of staff.
Okay, we were at General Government. Any more on General Government? Okay, on EC 18.2, which is the proposed Upper Avenue Business Improvement Area, it's here without a recommendation. Councillor Cole, would you like to hold that item down? Sure. All right. Councillor Candeval?
Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'd like to missed out EX 21.12, advancing the Tamil Community Center. If I could hold that.
Okay, so please try. Okay, on EX 21.12, you're holding down?
Thank you.
Okay, we're still at government management. All right. Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm going to repeat it 3 times so members of council know where we're at. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold IE 19.3, which is titled Street A Environmental Assessment Study.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release IE 19.10 options to fund and expand the HTO to Go Water Trailer Program.
So Councillor Bravo is releasing IE 19.10. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carry. So now we're going to planning and housing. Planning and housing. No, I don't see anybody. Okay. Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. It's an easy one. I just want a recorded vote on EY 20.15, Evans Avenue Heavy Trucks.
Okay, so Councillor Holiday has asked for recorded vote on EY 20.15, Evans Avenue Heavy Trucks. Recorded vote. You want to hold it? Councillor Fletcher would like to hold. Councillor Fletcher would hold that item. All right. Councillor Morley. Etobicoke?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to hold EY 20.1, 464 Royal York Road.
Right?
That's everything.
Okay, now we'll go to North York Community Council. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold two items. First is NY 21.2, 104 to 114 Finch Avenue East, and NY 21.3, 2810 to 2816 Bayview Avenue. Thank you.
Yeah, and Bayview Avenue is here without a recommendation.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to hold SC 20.
Okay, so you're going to Scarborough. Any more on North York?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought we were in Scarborough.
Well,
I thought North York was in Scarborough.
I'll announce it. Scarborough. Anything for Scarborough, Councillor Thompson?
Do I do it again?
Yeah, you can go now.
Scarborough all the way, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker, I'd like to hold SC 20.3, which is Assumption of Services Registered Plan 66255, Goldman, Ellesmere 2 Development, Inc.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any more on Scarborough? Toronto and East York Community Council. Toronto and East York Community Council. No? Oh. Oh, well, no, I see Councillor Holiday's actually name, and then you're next. Councillor Holiday. Councillor Holiday?
Yes, Speaker. I'd like to hold an item. TE 20.31, which is road alteration King Street East at George Street.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I did have my name up there, but I'm up, so that's great. I'd like to hold 20.40, which is here without recommendation, transit priority measures to support streetcar service diversions.
Yeah, you've already held that down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Fine
Yeah.
then. I would like to also release TE 20.54 with 2 or 3 remarks, Speaker, and ask for a recorded vote on that, please.
Okay, go ahead. This is on the proposed naming of the public lane north of Gerrard Street East.
Correct.
Yeah.
And having managed to do that for Luella Price, who was an outstanding Black woman in the city of Toronto in the East End, which was well known as an underground railway stop. And she set up a club for women. She was the wife of a railway porter, as were many of the other women. That lasted for 60 years. It was the longest standing Black women's organization in the city of Toronto. I did have a very difficult time getting that on the agenda because of the naming policy, which became very cumbersome. because it started before COVID, and then staff wanted us to start all over again. So I just want to flag that for council, that did become cumbersome and difficult, and I did want this to be moved, and it was at Toronto and East York during Black History Month to recognize Luella Price and her contribution to Toronto and to the East End of Toronto. Thank you. So I'd like a recorded vote on this naming. Thank you.
Councillor Bravo, please. Councillor Cantavel, are you present and voting in the meeting? Councillor Bradford, how do you vote, please? The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have another one?
Yes, I do, Speaker. It's 20.29, which is the Nathan Phillips Square. To hold that with some motions, or I could move them now, which have to do with a number of events there.
Okay, so you're holding that.
Well, I can move it. The clerks have prepared that motion.
Pardon?
The clerks have prepared the motion for Nathan Phillips Square.
Does the clerk have that motion?
This is where you have a conflict, Mayor, if we're voting on this. This is the second harvest motion.
Okay, just a sec. Does the clerk have the motion by Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher, maybe you can hold it down? Oh, just hold on for 1 sec. Okay, the motion is on the screen. That's T 20.29, use of Nathan Phillips Square for various events. The motion is on the screen. Recorded vote.
The amendment carries 21 in favor unanimously.
Okay, item as amended, on favor, carry. Oh, recorded vote? Oh, we have a declaration, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Crisanti, may we have your vote, please? Thank you. Councillor Thompson, may I have your vote, please? Thank you.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. We will now go to new business. Okay, I'd like to, I don't see any names. I'd like to hold 2811, which is 2636, 2654 Eglinton, and 1856, and 1856A Keel Street. I do have an amendment on that, and I believe that the clerk is going to circulate that amendment, which is a confidential amendment. Okay, are there any further holds on new business? No? Okay. Okay, just a sec, I want to go. Councillor Chang, new business?
Yes, I'd like to hold CC 28.8, 6212 to 6600 Yonge Street, please.
Thank you. Mayor Chow?
Nope.
No? Okay. All right, so Councillor Fletcher, I believe that the clerk has advised me that they do have that motion for you earlier. So we'll put the motion on the screen.
Or two, not back.
Okay, but just wait till we put it on the screen.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, there it is. AU 8.1. It's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. I will now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. Oh, just a sec. Item is, okay. Oh, she only referred part of it. Okay, so on AU 8.1, item is amended on favor, carried. Thank you. I will now consider requests to make items urgent and time specific. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, yeah, you could have done it earlier.
I don't know, I'm just looking at the names there.
Sorry,
Is this time specific?
Yes, it is, but
Okay.
Councillor Myers actually just told me he has a release, so if you would like to do that.
For time specific? Is it for time specific? Yes. Oh, okay, because it was on another list. And then when I went to you, it says no. So, okay, so your name is on for time specific. Is that it, Mayor? Okay, okay. Okay, Mayor Chow.
After the Economic Action Committee and the lunch break, I want to join two in-camera item, which is the QP 79 ratification and the Deputy City Manager hiring, in case there's question. If not, then we don't need to go in camera. And then immediately after that, the school food program. And then immediately after that, the condo incentive report. All of those are quite fast.
Okay, so you're recommending that the Local 79 be after lunch, right?
Yeah, after the Economic Action Plan.
Okay, and then the Deputy City Manager following that, right?
Yeah, because both of them are in camera. They're human resources.
They're both in camera. That's right, yeah.
So the staff can be here to answer questions if there are any.
Okay.
And then the school food program after that and the condo incentive program. Both of them are very fast.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the motion is on the screen by Mayor Chow. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, time. Okay.
Thank you. As you noted, on the Ontario line, there is a member's motion that would have to be introduced, so I'd like to combine those two, OLTE 20.55 and the members' motion on the haul routes, and have those heard after the members' motions on Thursday, please, Speaker.
So, wait, okay, so you're talking about after we do the members' motions tomorrow?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We've already said that.
That it would be after the members'
Yeah,
motion?
we've already
Oh,
said
okay,
that.
fine. You're way ahead of me. Thank you. I have two more then.
Okay, hold on, Councillor Fletcher. Yeah, we just need to time it because we've already...
Timed after the members' motions.
After the members'
That's what I was trying
motion.
to say, Speaker.
Okay.
Once introduced, to put them together on Thursday afternoon.
Yes, we've already voted to put it together. We just need the time, which we're
And
doing
that's what I'm
that.
doing right this very minute.
Okay.
I'm timing them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I have two more.
Okay?
Thank you. I would like to put the ferries together. You didn't put them together. I don't believe we put them together in the read-through. So CC 28.4 and EX 21.3, they're all related to the ferries, and I'd like to have them heard together. That's the first thing. And after the Ontario line on Thursday afternoon.
Okay?
Yes, sorry. Oh, God. Oh, sorry.
So, Councillor Fletcher, the heavy trucks, on favor? Carried. Thank you. No, hold on. I think somebody
No.
held the heavy trucks.
I
down.
held the heavy trucks in Etobicoke, but we have haul routes in
No, hold
Toronto.
on, Councillor Fletcher, please. Okay.
Sorry.
So, as far as the timing of the heavy trucks, it would be after the member's motion, correct? Okay.
Let's call it the Ontario line, so we're not confusing our friend Councillor Holiday, who thinks we're talking about heavy trucks in Etobicoke.
No, it's the heavy truck.
No, it's not. It's the haul routes. Let's make sure we got it right here. It's 20.55, ensuring safety for the Ontario line construction, and the member's motion related
Yeah, I
to
know.
the haul
Okay,
routes.
on favor? Carried. On the ferries, on favor?
Sorry, I'd like to put
Okay,
those.
in the future, if there's a number of them, if we can have it in writing, so it's not confusing on the floor, like if you list it in writing in advance, so the clerk is able to do it. Because on the fly like this is very difficult. So, okay, what's the next one, Councillor Fletcher?
Sorry, what one? We did the Ontario line haul routes, correct? We've just done that for Thursday
Yeah.
afternoon. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, yes, the staff are saying yes.
And then the ferries for Thursday morning, is that correct? Combined, we're combining the two ferry reports, correct?
We don't have it for Thursday morning, the ferries.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
The mayor's key item is first thing Thursday morning.
So then the combined ferry reports after the mayor's key item. That would be, sorry for the confusion.
After the mayor's second key item.
CC.
And, you know, I would ask that people write this all down.
You know what? I heard you.
Yeah.
And I'll do that next time.
Okay.
Okay?
Because it's very difficult for the staff to put this all together.
I thought you would have put the two ferry reports
No,
together at
no,
the beginning, Speaker, but you didn't.
Okay, is that it, Councillor Fletcher?
No, I'm clarifying CC 28.4 and EX 21.3 are together.
On favor?
Thank you. And then I'd like to have the review of Toronto's winter maintenance program on Thursday afternoon after
I think that's already been timed, Councillor Fletcher.
Has it?
Yes. Was
For-
at the beginning.
Let's be clear, I don't think it's been timed, Speaker. It's been held because I'm holding it.
Okay, on favor, when do you want to hold this? I think maybe we have to go to Friday at this point, because everything's tomorrow.
After the ferries.
Yeah, all right. You
So-
got it? Okay. Can
So
you
that's- Speaker?
can you just put that on writing and hand it to the
You
clerk?
know what? I think we just did that officially here, so.
No, I know, but just in case, to make sure that we got all the...
I'll just check with the clerk.
Yeah,
I'll
just make
check.
sure it's all correct.
Yes, oh, I will, Speaker.
Okay,
No
thank you.
problem. Flummoxed, and then she blames.
EX 20.1, after the mayor's, after the ferry item. On favor? Carried.
That's it.
Councillor Holliday.
I would like to time CC 28.6. I have to admit, after the last conversation, I don't know if there's any time slots left.
Well, I think we're going to Friday, so maybe we'll
I-
take Friday's items now?
If we can, I'd be happy to.
See, I'm sorry, Councillor Holliday, what item are you referring
It's
to?
the review of councillor remuneration. I'd like to time it because I've got some technical questions.
Okay.
And I'd like the staff to be prepared with all their consultants and so on.
When would you like to time it?
So I would be happy if it's available as the second item after the second mayor's key item tomorrow. But I'm not sure if that spot's gone now.
Well, we'll have to do the third.
So I'll take the third, that's fine, just some certainty.
I think when we come tomorrow, I think a lot of the items will be going to Fridays because there's too much for Thursday. Okay, so after
I'll
the
take
third
it-
item.
Yes, and I'll change it to
Yeah.
Friday if that's prudent,
I know.
Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Friday meeting.
On favor, carry. Yeah. Okay, you can clarify, Councillor Fletcher, clarify it with staff, please. Councillor Thompson? Yeah, clarify it with staff, Councillor Fletcher. You said you were going to go there and make sure everything's correct, right? Okay, what is it that you're clarifying?
I'm clarifying that in the afternoon, we have members' motions, and then we have the Ontario line. So I'd just like to know how that all runs. Members' motions don't change. Will my Ontario line be right after the members' motions, or will those morning ones shift into the afternoon?
Okay,
I just-
Councillor Fletcher, I would suggest you go to the clerk and clarify all
Asking you.
that.
You're the
Please,
speaker.
please, because we have to move along with the agenda. Councillor Thompson, you have, Councillor Thompson.
For my microphone, Speaker. Thank you.
There you go.
Speaker, I'd like to clarify. If I could.
Yeah, I mean.
Just to
like,
clarify,
it's-
if I could.
It's very difficult for the staff
I
to get all
understand.
that information at the in the council.
I actually spoke to the clerk days ago, and I moved my item that I wanted to speak to you about. But Speaker, I just wanted to clarify here. The mayor's second key item is tomorrow morning, first item of business on Thursday. Is that correct? Yes, okay.
Yes.
I would like, Speaker, to move the following item. Staff has a motion as it relates to the mayor's key item, which is CC 28.2, headed Identifying and Addressing Pressures in the Refugee and Emergency Shelter System. I'd like to ask, I'd like to request the Ombudsman to provide a presentation on the item CC 28.2, headed Identifying and Addressing Pressures in the Refugee and Emergency Shelter System.
So are you saying you want the ombudsman to be here for that item?
Correct. I'm preparing him in advance to make sure he's here. Yes.
Okay.
And I'd like to have a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, please. The motion carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you have a timed item too?
No, forgive me, no, I do not, but I'd like to apply 2 holds if possible.
On which one?
One is IE 19.5, William Allen Road, staging. I'd like to move a motion with that.
IE 19.5?
19.5 and IE 1910, options to fund and expand H2O to-go water trailer program.
That, we've already voted on that.
Well, I guess you can't hold it then.
There we go. We're off to a roaring start here.
We are. It's, I don't know. We have to, let's try to, you know, like it's difficult for the staff here to be writing all this down.
Yeah.
You know, just like it's hard. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, it was easier to put my name on this long list than to rise on a point of order. But I have a procedural question. Is there a procedural impediment to having councillors, like any other motion, all this time specificity? Could we not email center table the day before, and so some of these conflicts could have been worked out and resolved for this morning so that we wouldn't spend the better part of an hour just reordering the agenda?
Thank you, Carol. Sorry, Councillor Carroll.
No procedural reason why councillors couldn't do that.
I agree with you, but this has never happened where we spend almost an hour on timed items.
My experience is that it happens often. So I'm asking, can councillors do it? There's no reason why they couldn't?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that, because I was just said the same thing. Councillor Myers, do you have a time-sensitive item?
No, I just wanted to speak briefly on an item that I was holding and release it, if that was okay.
Are you releasing an item?
CA 23.1, I just wanted to speak very briefly on it.
Which?
That's under 2 minutes.
Okay, I can't hear. What?
CA 23.1, appointment of a public member to the TTC board. Yeah.
Mr. Myers, like whatever you're saying, this is confidential, so.
Well, the name is public.
Oh, but there's a okay, Councillor Myers, go ahead.
Yeah, the name's public. So
I know.
Just wanting to welcome, as TTC board chair, former councillor Joe Mihevc back to the TTC board. Joe served Toronto City Council with distinction for over 2 decades. He was also a very active member of the TTC board, and he was a vice chair actually, and we are looking forward to welcoming him back. And I would also like to just give a shout out to our retiring TTC board member, Vice Chair Joanne De Laurentiis. Joanne has served us with about 8 years, and she has made a remarkable contribution to the TTC board with respect to Presto, board governance, and helping us with our CEO selection. So kudos to Joanne, and we're looking forward to welcoming Joe back. Thank you.
Releasing the item?
Releasing the item.
Okay. On CA 23.1, appointment of public member to the Toronto Transit Commission. All in favor? Carried. Is Joe in the council chambers? Well, he should be here. I know, I was just joking. All right. Okay, members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items where members have declared an interest. On EY 21.4, Councillor Cole, you have a conflict, so can you leave the council chambers? He's gone? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Pruitt, so please your vote. Councillor Pruitt, so please. The item is adopted. The vote is 19-1.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. It's 10 to 11. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff, your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be made very clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent and that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is EX 21.2, which is the mayor's economic action plan in response to U.S. tariffs as their first key matter. If anybody has any questions, can they put their name on the list, please? Councillor Pasternak, you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Historically, Toronto has supported business improvement areas. We've co-funded them. They are the buy local leaders. Yet I don't really see a lot of reference to that. They are the tool which helps us support local businesses. Was there any consideration given to providing extra funding and support to our BAAs to promote local businesses?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Pasternak. Yes, I'm sorry if it's not adequately clear in the report, but in the Love Local campaign, it was in fact conceived by the Riverside BIA and we're working with them to scale it across the city. In addition, we're working with the Toronto Association of Business Improvement Areas, TABIA, to identify Canadian-produced products in small businesses, working with local BIAs. In addition, TABIA and individual BIAs are helping us identify networks of Canadian and locally produced goods that the city is promoting through its social media channels and websites.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, we're gearing up for FIFA 2026, and of course, our hotel and hospitality industry in all years is very dependent on U.S. tourism. On recommendation number 10, you're discouraging travel to the United States. You're introducing a preferential purchasing policy, and there seems to be an anti-Americanism, anti-America tone to this. Do you think that could hurt our ability to attract American tourists to Toronto for FIFA and all year round?
Through the chair to you, no, we are taking advice from the mayor's economic action team, who are working with various Team Canada tables. So we are trying to present a unified Team Canada approach that does favor local procurement and support local businesses and jobs without tipping into anti-Americanism. We hope the consumer-facing campaign, for example, has been calibrated in that way. And with respect to the travel restrictions or direction to staff, that is for discretionary travel, such as professional development or conference, where alternatives exist in the Canadian market. We are encouraging those staff to spend city dollars in this market.
All right, we'll leave that for now. Now, when we talk about American-owned businesses, finding out ownership, how are you actually measuring that? If it's a public company, is it based on shares held in the United States? Is it controlling interest? Is it the composition of the board? Is it where the head office is located? I mean, that gets very messy.
To the Speaker, so within the report, in Attachment 2, we define Canadian suppliers, Canadian business subsidiaries, trade partner suppliers, U.S. suppliers. So there's definitions that are included in the report that have been developed through our procurement team, along with discussions amongst our peers.
Now, we've always had a problem with sole sourcing. Could this direction here, where we're eliminating bidding, could this actually delegates to staff the opportunity of sole sourcing, which is not something we really support in general unless absolutely necessary? Are there some safety measures in place to prevent any mess-ups with sole sourcing?
To the Speaker, all of the existing rules and protocols as it relates to sole sourcing non-competitive bids will remain in place, will require the same sign-offs and rationale prior to endeavoring into any of those procurements.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a procurement question. So if someone doesn't get a contract, in a general sense, it would be because it's either that company is either more expensive or doesn't get as many points. So theoretically, an inferior product. Is that kind of correct?
Through the Speaker, that is the general concept, yes.
Okay. So Canadian company wins a contract. They've scored the best. In this situation, where we're excluding folks, we would then one could infer that we're either paying more or getting an inferior product. Is that correct?
To the Speaker, so what's being proposed is that we are looking at measures to prioritize Canadian procurement. I will note we will be looking at this through an additional lens, which is in the best interest of the city. That best interest of the city may include price. So those would be some of the considerations that we would continue to look at.
Can I ask how, through the speaker, how it wouldn't include price? Like, I thought taxes went up by 17%, and we're trying to save money wherever we can. Can I ask how that would not be a consideration?
To the speaker, that would be a consideration.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so then my next question is, what do we have an idea of what the cost of this action plan would be from a procurement perspective?
To the speaker, so again, we would be looking at procurements on an individual basis. There is a great deal of uncertainty that currently exists as a result of the changes that we're seeing coming through the administration in the U.S. Those changes may impact us in terms of tariffs, retaliatory tariffs across all of our procurement measures. The actions we're bringing forward today really center around prioritizing Canadian, which in some instances may even mitigate some of those other unknowns that we're experiencing today.
So if I were to, through the speaker, if I were to answer that question in a more succinct way, the answer is we don't know the cost?
To the speaker, we don't have a total cost, and in general, we don't have a total impact of all of the tariffs coming forward and what the potential impacts are.
Well, I'm only talking about the actions that we're proposing to take. So do we know the impact, the positive impact this will have? We don't know the cost to the taxpayer, but do we know the positive impact it will have on the city, the country, you know?
To the speaker, we are working really closely with business and labor to hear the impacts already of tariffs, threatened tariffs, and broader economic uncertainty on the local market. We are beginning to see investment choices slow, and we are beginning to see hiring slow. The group that's advising city staff feel that these 10 actions that were announced last week will assist this economy be more resilient in the face of these threats. I don't have a dollar figure for you, but the risks, as identified by the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, is fully a 2.6% contraction in the local economy by GDP. So we know the risks are material, and we anticipate that these measures will help.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, just at my time. So we don't know the cost, we don't know the impact, we just have some sort of nebulous idea that it's going to help. Okay, but through the speaker, we don't even know what the tariffs are going to be yet. Like, should we not understand what we're dealing with?
To the speaker, yes, this is a phased approach, and these series of actions we're bringing forward now are about mitigation. The two most material of those are the procurement changes, and to include discretionary spending, as well as the tax deferral measure. Those can be removed, and we are committed to reporting back to the next cycle of executive committee, and we will continue to report to council as you say this situation evolves and we calibrate our response in accordance.
Okay, cool. That's good news. Last question then, through the speaker. When COVID hit the city or the country or the world for that matter, there was I'll say an integrated response, all levels of government, recognizing the strength. There's a lot more power there when we act with other levels of government. Are we doing that? Like, this seems to be Toronto kind of doing its thing without understanding what the impact is or the cost. It seems a little bizarre to me.
To the speaker, yes, we're deeply integrated into what's a Team Canada approach. We meet with provincial and federal officials multiple times a week. We're working to ensure that Toronto firms have access to federal relief measures. Like $5 billion has been announced for the Export Development Corporation. We're working with the Toronto Board of Trade, whose World Trade Center is also delivering training to help firms diversify their markets beyond the U.S. So we have a deeply integrated approach.
Yeah, he's answering. That was your last question. Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, I have a question for the mayor, and I see the mayor may just be occupied. So if you want to move me down the list, that's okay.
Mayor, there's a question for you.
Could you, thank you. Speaker, thank you. Madam Mayor, inside your plan, there's a section on procuring Canadian, supporting Canadian businesses through changes to the city's procurement practices. And it talks about favoring Canadian and non-American suppliers by giving preference to Canadian businesses as well as those in the European Union and the UK. I know that the province, specifically the Premier, has been talking about a concept called Fortress AMCAN, which I would paraphrase to say there's still a desire to do business with U.S. companies, like we do leading up to all of this tariff discussion. And I appreciate that there may be actions taken as a reaction to tariffs. But would you say there's still an opportunity to reverse the policy and do business with the U.S.? Is that desirable to us?
No, not right now. We're under attack. When we're in attack, we, A, need to defend ourselves, and we have to attack back. You notice that the province of Ontario have canceled their contracts with Starlink, and after April 2nd, there may be other action. What I'm doing is taking a Team Canada approach, and you saw the signal both from the federal and the provincial government. And the province of Ontario is not the only one acting that way. You see that the alcohol from America has been removed by quite a few provinces. There are different opportunities for the provincial and the federal government to take action. And this is one way the City of Toronto are taking action to give preference of our contract to Canadian business so that we could benefit Canadians, so we could protect Canadian jobs, so we could grow our manufacturing industry, grow our financial and small businesses.
Thank you, Mayor. If the U.S. reversed its policy and backed down, could you see us going back to a relationship with the U.S.? Is that desirable? In other words, this isn't forever, but this is important at this point in time.
I don't believe you and I, Councillor, can read President Trump's mind.
Okay.
We don't know what will happen on April 2nd. We won't know what will happen on April 3rd. We wouldn't know what would happen by the end of this year. It could all of a sudden change. However, if the federal and the provincial and this government collectively believe that there is peace on our land, that there is no more trade war that is hurtful and senseless and arbitrary and unnecessarily, then at that point, of course, our trading partner have been with us historically for many years. Together,
thank you, Mayor.
We have 123 billion of U.S. trade.
My next question is for staff.
Before.
I wanted to ask about the plan for the ports. It's being laid out in the plan. There's a bullet point. It's not necessarily in the recommendations. What steps are on deck to strengthen our ports? Because I know that there's infrastructure that, frankly, City Council has made decisions to undermine and move attention away from. And there are planning changes in the vicinity of the ports. And there's policies, including policies on things like the airport, that all weaken the ability to have a successful port and to grow the port. So what plans can council expect from economic development in other city departments to act on this particular suggestion?
To the Speaker, there are a series of forward-looking actions that, should this economic crisis continue to play out, Toronto should undertake to reinforce its economic resilience. Among those are accelerating electrification, as well as looking at tariff-resistant sectors, as well as looking at the port. To your question specifically, the divisions that would be involved certainly would be city planning. Economic development would be there as well. We have correspondence in on this matter from the Toronto Industry Network, seeking a review of the planning context for the Portlands. I think Toronto is very proud of North America's largest public infrastructure project in the redevelopment of the Portlands, and we're willing to sit down with stakeholders and ensure that we can maintain an industrial commercial port that supports the manufacturing sector here and takes advantage of growing Great Lakes shipment of goods.
Thank you. That was your last question. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Yes, Chair, thank you. So the Mayor's Action Plan includes what essentially is an application-based tax deferral for industrial property owners. And we have talked about this before at the committee as well. So this is application-based and it's potentially up to 6 months. So theoretically, if somebody's going to apply for this deferral, likely they're incurring some financial difficulties. What is the plan should they be in a position, still in a financial position that they're not able to pay back at the end of the 6 months? Because we're assuming, maybe you could answer that as well, do they owe the deferred taxes in full at the end of that period?
To the Speaker, so what is in front of us is a tax deferral program for impacted industrial properties. It could defer tax payments for up to 6 months. After the 6-month period, there would be a requirement to pay back. I would note, coming out of the Economic Action Team, what we did here was the value of a program that would free up cash flow. The other benefit of looking at a 6-month deferral is it would allow us to align with other measures that would be coming forward, either as part of the 60-day, 90-day plan or measures coming out of the federal and provincial governments that could also support impacted businesses.
So, but does the plan include a backup plan should a number of these businesses find themselves in a position where they just can't pay? Will we work with them to ensure that they're able to be in a position to continue operating and pay the balance without penalties or interest?
To the Speaker, so the current plan in front of us reflects the 6-month deferral. We have not yet developed any additional plans beyond that.
All right. Now, you said up to 6 months. Is there a shorter term option? Let's say a business applies and they say, look, I only need it for 2 months.
To the Speaker, yes, the business has the ability to defer up to 6 months, but can pay at any time.
Okay. All right, just one other question. So this is great that we're doing this for the Toronto-based industry. So what about other small businesses, mom and pop shops, people that, smaller restaurants, smaller businesses that might need a similar type of help and assistance? Will this plan extend to them as well?
To the Speaker, so the current plan as it states right now is looking at industrial properties. So those businesses that manufacture goods really targeted to that industry. We have not expanded it beyond industrial.
So we don't have a plan to extend it to any other smaller type businesses other than industrial?
To the Speaker, what's being proposed is a deferral program for industrial properties only.
Right. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chen, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just wondering, what is the breakdown of contracts currently that the city holds between American companies versus Canadian companies versus companies that are not in the U.S. or Canada?
Through the Speaker, what we're looking at is actually a pretty decent breakdown, and I will give the caveat that, of course, it's fluid information and numbers change every day, basically. So we'd be saying about 97% is Canadian, 2 to 3% is American, and 1% other.
And in this action plan, are there opportunities to diversify? While we know we want to support Canadian companies, but at this pivotal moment, we're also looking at, from a global perspective, how we strengthen our relationships with other countries.
Of course. So through the action plan, we are implementing ways to, again, favor Canadian companies. Under CETA threshold and above CETA threshold, it would be for Canadian companies and other trade partner businesses within the European Union and UK. But we're also allowing for, again, bids from non-American businesses. So that's not changing, and we'll keep exploring that. We're also making links with other industry contacts internationally and nationally, just to ensure that we keep getting those best practices and ways to grow procurement here.
So in attachment 4, under the procurement bylaw amendment, it refers to what you just mentioned, suppliers from the European Union and the United Kingdom. I'm just wondering why specifically these two areas, and why not include Asian democracies like Japan, Seoul, or Taiwan?
Thank you for the question. So from a purely procurement basis, we have a trade agreement obligations with the European Union and UK through CETA. So the through CETA, sorry, I always forget the acronym. But that is why we are favoring those entities.
Does that mean that we currently do not have trade agreements with any countries in Asia?
That is applicable to the municipality level? Correct, when it comes to procurement.
And who decided that?
That would have been again, as part of trade negotiations at the time.
At a federal level or at a municipal level?
Federal level, though I believe municipal would have been involved.
And how does this economic action plan encourage or support local businesses to diversify their consumer base beyond Canadian and American borders? Because
I think staff could answer it here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Through the speaker, yes, currently 75% of Toronto trade goes to the U.S. There was a pre-existing rationale to diversify markets. We are working at EDC and with PMMD to assist Toronto-based firms to take advantage of other markets. We have 51 as a country free trade agreements around the world. As a G7 country, we're the only one with reciprocal agreements with every other G7 country. Just this weekend, EDC with Councillor Carroll will be leading a trade mission with some 17 Toronto firms to Hanover Messe, which is the largest global marketplace for advanced manufacturing, trade and investment, and we'll continue those efforts to include looking at markets in Asia where we have the Canada-Pacific Trade Agreement.
Mm-hmm. And my last question is, what role does Global Toronto play in supporting this economic action plan?
So to the speaker, Toronto Global is primarily concerned with foreign direct investment attraction. And certainly there's a close relationship between trade and investment. They will be in, as an example, Hanover, and we work very closely with them as the city's representative on FDI attraction and ultimately promotion of this place as a great market for talent, investment, and operations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Yes, if I could have staff put up my photo on the Buy Love Local campaign. Okay, what I find strange is we are doing this Love Local campaign, yet we don't have a Canadian flag on it. We have nothing about buying Canadian. Why would you not include a sticker with a Canadian flag on these signs when you go to Costco and they've got Canadian flags on all their products now? You go to any local store, they've got buy Canadian things. Why would we be afraid to put a Canadian flag on our campaign?
To the speaker, we've worked very closely with the BIA partners in order to develop the Love Local campaign. The advice that we got back was that this was a campaign that already launched in Riverside, was having residents and drawing people into the commercial high streets and thereafter to small business. As you've suggested, they also, the BIAs, indicated to us that there were a lot of campaigns actually inside the stores helping consumers find Canadian-produced goods, be those by the producer themselves, the distributor, the store, and we're supporting Tabia with an additional campaign to identify with stickers, red maple leaf stickers, Canadian-produced goods in all the small businesses supported by Tabia.
But again, I find this whole marketing campaign that you're doing to support this economic initiative about responding to tariffs, there seems to be a fear to promote buying Canadian. Where does this fear come from? That we, as a city of Toronto, can't encourage people to put a damn flag on this campaign?
To the Speaker, the city has been working to support a variety of campaigns. Just this past weekend, the Elbows Up celebration was held in Nathan Phillips Square with a number of staff and elected officials in attendance. So I think there is certainly a number of actions that are promoting Canadian patriotism in the face of these economic threats. With respect to these specific campaigns, we have a close working relationship with the BIAs and through them small business in the city. John Crew, as Executive Director for Tabia, sits on the Mayor's Economic Action Team. The advice we were receiving was that this was a campaign that was working in a local BIA favored by small business there and had the opportunity to scale citywide in a way that was also economically efficient.
When was this launched, by the way?
To the Speaker, the Love Local campaign was launched this past Saturday.
No, but when was it conceived or drawn up?
To the Speaker, I think the first instance was in February. Councillor Cole, there was a motion that you brought forward around Buy Canadian, Buy Local, I think might have been the title to the motion. I think that was the first time that this chamber assessed the situation.
So why wouldn't you follow as you know, Council unanimously approved my motion. Buy Canadian, Buy Local, yet we seem to have a campaign that has excluded the Buy Canadian part.
To the Speaker, I think we are trying to identify Canadian very explicitly with the use of maple leaf decals, where we can have the most impact. That's in stores where consumers will make their choices. The feedback from stakeholders was that there was a campaign that would help draw people into the neighborhood, and then we can activate them as consumers for Canadian products thereafter by using the flag.
So the stakeholders didn't want Canadian flags on this Love Local campaign. Is that what you're telling me?
To the Speaker, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this was a campaign that the stakeholders in the BIAs that we work closely with identified.
Didn't want the Canadian flag on the logo.
To the Speaker, no, we did not hear that they did not want the Canadian flag.
Did they not want to say Buy Canadian?
To the Speaker, what we have heard from small business in Toronto is that an absolute and explicit Buy Only Canadian campaign would be difficult for them to manage.
So they didn't want Buy Canadian in the campaign?
Councillor Cole, he's answered the question 3 times.
Okay, I get it.
Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you, Speaker, to Mr. Tobin. Mr. Tobin, I would characterize this matter as a David versus Goliath. Would you agree with that?
To the Speaker, we are the junior partner in the trade relationship, yes.
Well, I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you characterize it with respect to David versus Goliath. And you're saying yes, in essence, but we are not necessarily David. We're the junior David, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure. I wanted to understand, as it relates to the messaging that you're trying to get out there, this is going to be a very difficult situation going forward long term. Would you agree?
To the Speaker, yes.
Right. And so sobering Torontonians for this madness, how are you communicating to them in general beyond the point that you've made with respect to BIAs? There are non-BIA businesses all across the city as part of the 90,000 plus businesses that are here. I don't recognize, I didn't note in the action plan and or your commentary the messaging that you are creating in order to provide that sobering message to businesses in general. What's the plan?
To the Speaker, we circulated a briefing note to all members of council this morning that lays out this information in essence.
I didn't see it, so obviously I'm asking that question. So if you can help me to understand it. Thanks.
Certainly. It identifies a number of channels by which the city is communicating to businesses based essentially on their interests in this issue. We're dealing with manufacturers through both stakeholder groups such as TIN. We are dealing with small business, and these are verticals.
That's very helpful. I only have a few minutes, and I do want to ask more questions. When you look at your information that you've gathered as part of economic development, what is the magnitude of the purchasing that the City of Toronto does with American companies or American-based Canadian companies? What's that number?
So I'll pass to my colleague Geneviève Sharkey, but it is under 10% is what we
10%
have
of what?
Stated before.
10% of what?
Pass to Geneviève.
Through the Speaker, we do approximately $3 billion in purchasing annually.
3 billion? Is that 3 billion?
So that's with a B, yep.
Okay. It's just hard to hear you. There's a lot of noise over here, sorry.
Understood. We do approximately under $100 million worth of business with U.S.-based suppliers.
Right. And then can I ask, U.S.-based suppliers, what about Canadian-owned or Canadian companies that are American-owned?
So I actually don't have that piece of data for us ready today, but we are going through with divisions currently, analyzing, since it does take a level of analysis that's a bit deeper, because it is complicated with subsidiaries and other relationships.
And that's the reason why I'm asking you that, because that's extremely important information for us to have. Because in fact, we can be bypassed through that process and still be buying American and utilizing that, which actually defeats our objective. Would you not agree?
So this is why we are going to be implementing the specific definitions, which do require 70% of the work to be completed within Canada. Again, the focus is on the Canadian jobs.
Fair enough. So we buy technology from Apple, we buy Microsoft and SAP and so on. We have contracts with those companies, I would presume. What are the duration periods or the termination of those contracts? And are those contracts affected by the Mayor's Economic Action Plan or decisions that we're making, given the fact that I presume those companies could take us to court in order to ensure those contracts are sustained? Or are we simply saying those contracts are in place, so there's nothing we can do about them? That's my last question, Speaker.
Okay. So we are not canceling any contracts currently. We are moving this with a move forward approach. So anything that we're implementing going forward. So current contracts will stay current. We will be looking at options on how we can again decouple from US-based businesses to encourage again what we can find locally. And I mean locally Canadian-wise and or through other trade partner businesses. And if not, this is why we, again, have language within our definitions regarding the best for the best interest of the city.
Thank you. Okay, before we go to the speakers, I just want to acknowledge that we have students from Dr. Eric Jackman Institute of Child Study at the U of T that's in the council chambers. Welcome. Welcome. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. I think something have awoken that feeling of pride being Canadian. And everywhere I go, I ask people whether they are proud Canadians. Of course, we have a huge resounding yes. And would we ever be 51st state? A resounding no way. We've been, US and Canada, been close trading partner. And given that we are Ontario's economy, 25% of it, the trade that Ontario with U.S. is $123 billion a year. So what this census trade wall have done is upset all of that. But in return, it has awakened something in us that we sometimes take for granted. How do we define ourselves as Canadians? Well, Canadians take care of each other. We have each other back. We are now shopping local. We are seeing signs that said, love local. And we are spontaneously supporting Canadians' small businesses. Recently, I put together an economic committee, Toronto's Economic Action Plan. There are leaders from businesses and labor, and we built the report that is in front of you. The plan outlines a series of actions that we will fulfill in the next 30 days. It creates a more resilient economy and to emerge from this trade war even stronger. The BIA folks will help us in the Buy Local campaign. The Toronto Fire Service have committed to buy Make in Canada pump trucks. We have directed city staff that only Canadian companies can bid on construction work worth under $8.8 million and goods and service under $353,000. We are proposing an industrial property tax deferral programs to help businesses who needs it most. The program will allow the affected property owners to defer payment for 6 months, giving them some breathing room and some flexibility and a better cash flow. We are reducing red tapes and helping local businesses by creating a one-stop shop to navigate city services. And we are also working directly with business owners to retain businesses and promote expansion efforts. One thing that's really interesting that marks us Canadians is we often flee famine, well, at least our ancestor, war, persecution, lots of economic difficulties. And as a result, we are resilient. We have talents, creativity, and connection to the global market that comes from our diversity. So as Canada's economic center, with the most educated workforce in the world, Toronto accounts for the largest share of international investment in this country. So right here in Toronto, we are proud to have discovered insulin, stem cells give birth to artificial intelligence. We have tackled a lot of difficulties, and it wasn't that long ago that COVID was extremely difficult, the pandemic. But each time we emerge stronger, more united, and we will do so again. Our economic action team will continue to meet as we champion a Team Canada approach. We'll, of course, work together with the provincial and the federal government, and we will continue to stand united as proud Canadians. And Toronto, of course, will emerge stronger than ever. I ask you to support this economic plan that is in front of you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Great, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank staff for their report and, of course, the Mayor for bringing this forward. As a matter of full disclosure, I just wanted to say that I have a very close family in the United States. My granddaughter, my son-in-law are both American, and my daughter are dual citizens, and they live in Florida. At the same time, I grew up in a very patriotic family. My father loved this country. He would gobble up Canadian history books, Canadian political books. He would be glued to the TV during the Olympics, cheering on the Canadian Olympic team. He would go to many Canadian events and support Canadian causes. And in 1972, he went to Russia to cheer on Team Canada. For my point of view, I have a Canadian flag on my front lawn, and I was born on Flag Day. And that really summarizes the view, my worldview, where I have very close family living in the United States who are American, and I grew up in an extremely patriotic family whose love of country, and I continue to think that Canada really is one of the great countries, if not the greatest country in the world. But at the same time, I think there's some cautionary tales within the direction we're going on, and we have to be careful as we move forward. Economic nationalism, as a response to economic nationalism, creates all kinds of problems. We have to be very careful on how we market it, how we explain it, and how we implement it. We are a city that relies very heavily on foreign tourism, particularly Americans coming up here, staying in our hotels, going to our tourist attractions, going to sporting events. And the last thing we need is to send a message south of the border that Toronto is not friendly to tourists. Our hospitality industry could be hurt, hotel industry could be hurt, and our economy, especially as we're trying to welcome the world for FIFA 2026. At the same time, we have to be careful about sole sourcing. And that has historically led us into all kinds of problems in this city on procurement issues. If we start eliminating companies, and good luck in trying to define what an American company is, whether it's a public company, a private company, their board of directors, where their head office is located, you're going into all kinds of quicksand in trying to debate that issue. But at the same time, there's no problem, really, of favoring Canadian companies that could be hurt by tariffs. At the same time, we have to be careful about our local stores. We can shop local, but we can't send out a message that we want shoppers to boycott American products. Many of our local stores are selling products that are made in the United States. They are distributors, they are franchises, and they are independent store owners. And the last thing we want are people to stop buying their products because they're made in the United States. You know, the irony about these comments coming out of the White House about the 51st state is we should not be dignifying that ridiculousness by responding as if it's actually ever going to happen. It's a nutty proposal that we should basically not dignify with a response. And I remind you that in the final days of Gerald Ford's presidency, he addressed the United States people and said that Puerto Rico should be made a state, and that would be the 51st state. And that's a little piece of history for you. But to staff, I just want to once again thank them for this report. I know this is a very complicated public policy issue. I urge them to proceed with caution. I think the saber rattling out of Ottawa has to stop. We cannot embrace a cycle of anti-Americanism, and we cannot overdo economic nationalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I have audio. Thank you for your patience. I have two motions, and I wondered if the clerks could present those. They're fairly brief in nature. One of them adds a fine point to the section on the movement of goods and services to place emphasis on that. And the second motion came from the letter from the Toronto Industry Network, which talks about the importance of the port and making sure that we put some planning in that. I wanted to recognize Councillor Pasternak's comments because they were well timed. We have many people of American heritage, blended families, people with friends over the border. We cannot forget that our quarrel is not with the people of the United States, who we have had centuries of friendship with. It is with the economic policies of their government. And so it's great to be patriotic, but we should always remember that friends can have a fight, but we really hope that they make up and get along again in the future, and not to go too far. I think it's really important, and I will be supporting this plan because I think it is substantially lockstep with the work that the federal and provincial government is doing. But I also want to make sure that we don't forget that we should aspire to still do business with our friends in the United States. That is vitally important, not to say we're never going to do this again. We have to take a firm position. We have to react to policies which are hurting us, and frankly are probably hurting people over the border. Families, workers, small businesses are sharing in the misery that we are. Back to our plan, though. If we want to have some weight to some of the claims and things that we're doing in this plan, we should be serious about reinforcing our manufacturing sector and our businesses in Toronto. And if we're serious about turning to places like Europe to do business with, we should be paying attention to the movement of people and goods and services in our city. One such spot is the ports. And if I can have back this view on here, I mean, I know you all know them, but I just want to use the image to reinforce what I'm talking about. Here's our port lands. No surprise, there's dock walls, a turning basin to bring ships in there. And if you look on the map, you can actually trace a railway line. Because if you're bringing in a boat and you're bringing either goods in or goods out, you need to move them. There's going to be some trucks, of course, and the movement of people. But I don't want to be nostalgic and talk about ghosts, but if you turn on the satellite view, you'll find out that there's remnants of this rail spur. It kind of disappears into a parking lot. So my motion, inspired by that letter from the Industry Network, who are thinking about the port lands, simply asks our chief planner and our economic development group to go a little further. I'm really glad that the port lands are put into this economic development plan. I have no illusions, things aren't going to change overnight, but we should be paying attention to this. And I know that we talked about this particular rail spur some time ago at council. You know, ironically, and I guess it was just lucky timing, but there's a report on this council meeting about banning trucks on a specific street in Etobicoke. And that's a long conversation. I voted against it because those trucks are serving industries and businesses that are really important in the area. And then there's an implication to that. And there's politics, of course, involved in that particular discussion. So in order to have an economic action plan with teeth to it, we have to begin to do the policies and the planning that support this. And back to the movement of goods and people, it's important when we have conversations about expressways and about trucking routes and about efficient movement of traffic through the city because it is important to our economy. And we can't put out the plan and then turn around and do a whole bunch of other things which in turn undermine it. I'm not going to solve all of that on the council floor right now, but what I'm going to ask is that we continue to have those conversations in a really serious way with this economic plan in front of us and include those concepts into the conversation so that they have adequate weight. I think this is one of the biggest issues that has faced the City of Toronto in probably my lifetime because of the potential of where this can go. But what I really do hope is that cooler heads prevail and that we realize that North America is uniquely positioned to be a global leader in everything that we do. Thank you, Speaker. And I think I see a question, so I'll move back to my spot.
Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, I did want to clarify, Madam Speaker. In doing this, you're not radically changing what's already in there. You're asking for further work that incorporates the port in any consideration of the impact on mobility of goods and services. Am I right?
So there's two motions there. One of them is just putting a fine point on the importance of movement of goods and services in the city with respect to the general plan. Just drawing attention to it. And then the other piece is a specific ask of both the chief planner and economic development to go a little further on the port. Because it's really high level in this report. And I think we want to integrate consideration of the port as we consider policies. And my example was we talked about the rail line a few years ago at council, and that led somewhere. But we shouldn't be forgetting about those really critical pieces to making a port work.
Perfect. So one follow-up question, Madam Speaker. So because we have to move the motions, I was just conferring with the clerk on this, because we have to move the motions on this item, you want that special consideration, but it doesn't overly alter what actions are in this report today, because as you know, the mayor's already spoken to it, I think. This is a strategy that's ongoing. This is a 30-day set of recommendations, then a 60, then a 90. So if the impact of your motions show up as we go along with the work, you're still satisfied that we're focused on the port?
Yes, and I think it's important that council puts some emphasis on the two concepts, and that shows our public service and those that are frankly watching around the world that we're paying attention to these two aspects of the plan.
Right, that clarifies it for me very well. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Of the
Thank you very much. I'd just like to check, and I don't know if the chief planner's here, but it does mention the chief planner. There are land use plans around the port. It's called the Portlands Planning Framework, and they are very embedded, or which are regeneration, which are residential, which are film industry, which are concrete batching, etc. I think you might not have been here for that seminal document that took about 8 years to do. Are you aware of the Portlands Planning Framework? And it's actually zoned, everything's zoned, parts of it industrial, etc.
Sorry.
Speaker, I don't propose to be an expert in that level because obviously the local councillor knows it better, but I want to make sure that we draw attention to that and that we're paying attention to any of these new concepts and any of this emphasis on the port was in the mayor's economic action plan. I was happy to see it there.
Yes.
But there's follow through that's required. I can't tell you whether or not those the array of detailed plans are fully in alignment with that policy. So I want to draw attention to them. I don't think it's going to get solved in one single council motion, but bringing attention back to those using the two elements of planning and economic development are important.
I understand. However, this is an official plan. Are you asking to amend the official plan, Councillor? I'm asking.
Madam Speaker,
are you asking to amend the official plan?
Madam Speaker, Council couldn't possibly know what is required as a next step since it's only been introduced in the economic plan as we have it here today, and the economic plan puts the emphasis on the Portland, and all of the things that fall out from that could be wildly diverse. We don't know yet. That's the advice we need from staff, and to answer the question on a fine point, yes, it is indeed possible.
Oh, so you don't think that staff have written a report that actually takes into consideration the official plan for 1,000 acres?
Well,
are you telling me that? They missed that?
The emphasis on the Portlands is new because it is in the mayor's economic action plan. And so the fallout from adopting that policy is not fully understood.
Are you not aware
and
it's always
the
in a
chief
plan?
planner to make sure that
Okay,
work
Councillor
continues on
Fletcher,
that
that's your
front.
last question. Okay, thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I have a motion that I'm moving that should be self-explanatory, and I also have two other motions that I'm moving on behalf of Councillor Sachs, who couldn't be here at this moment.
It's on the screen.
And I simply move them, and if anyone has any questions, you're welcome to come and chat.
Did you want to speak on it? No?
No.
Okay, hold on. Let us display it. Okay. Is there another one? Okay. Okay, there's the three. Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak. Mr. Bradford, go ahead.
Yep. Thanks, Madam Speaker, and good morning. This is very much a time for all of us to stand together and support the jobs in our city, which is why I have a motion here, if I can get that up on the screen. This is just to make an amendment to the Mayor's Action Plan, deleting the latest recommendations to remove rideshare companies from transportation as part of our economic response as options for city staff to get around the city and navigate Toronto. I would point out that the definition of an Ontario business here in this province is 250 workers or more. All of the Canadian head offices for rideshare companies far exceed this, and they employ people in the fields of engineering, research and development, logistics, marketing. Point being, these are good jobs, they are important jobs, and in our effort to mount a strong response to what's going on south of the border, we ought not to make Canadian workers collateral damage in that. We have to be sober about the real life impacts of these performative motions, and we have to think about the hundreds of employees in these offices and the tens of thousands of people who are driving the vehicles, and why that is such a important thing for us to support. You know, I think as Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Holiday pointed out, and they said it well, we need to be cautious about sending the wrong message to companies that have invested millions of dollars in our city, millions of dollars in our country to establish offices and employ hundreds of workers and, you know, tens of thousands of drivers. So last month, which kind of feels like a lifetime ago, we stood in this chamber and we were talking about the threat of new tariffs. We were talking about the threat of a trade war, and we've heard more of that this morning. The threat was real then. I think actually, literally it was the day that Trump brought in the 25% tariff on steel and aluminum, but it's becoming more acute and dire right now, today. And as we look ahead to April, with more deadlines on the horizon, a lot of workers are they're feeling uneasy. A lot of employees are concerned about whether their factory or their job is going to continue to exist, or if it's going to be relocated elsewhere in the world, particularly south of the border. And so I think it's time for our city and our council to take real action to protect businesses, to protect our economy, to protect the jobs of thousands of hardworking Torontonians. You know, it can't just be talk. It can't just be meetings about meetings. It needs to be real action. And so that's why I was hoping to see more action in this action plan. There are a lot of good ideas, and you know, I'm happy to support those. But in a tariff war, in an assault on our economy, our best strategy is to make this city the most competitive, most appealing, best city in the world to build a business, to bring investment, and to create jobs. You do that with capital. The way we do that is by pulling up our socks and increasing our competitiveness. And there is a passing reference to that in the report, and I was pleased to see that. But we need more meat on the bones there. So we need more of conversation, not just about tax deferrals, but about tax reductions. We need more tangible ways to be a city that helps facilitate investment of capital, that helps start new businesses. on the forefoot, not on the back foot. I hear from entrepreneurs all the time about how difficult it is to do business in the city of Toronto, and I think we need to be encouraging, uplifting them as a local government, incentivizing those investments and celebrating their success. We're part of Team Canada, and that kind of unity is vital. We are, 20% of the national GDP is flowing through our city, and so there is a role for us to play. But I also think that there's a lot more that we can do at City Hall on this front to provide the support, encouragement, incentive, and relief to the businesses and the workers who are trying to get it done here in Toronto. I'm not against any of the marketing campaigns, and telling people to shop local. I could tell you when I go to the grocery store right now, it takes a little bit longer as I take a look at the packaging and try and determine where some of these products are actually manufactured. And I'm happy for us to go out and spread that message to Torontonians. That's fine. I'm also supportive of the property tax deferral. I understand the importance, as Mr. Comforti said, improving the cash flow. But, I would say that this was a bit predictable, which is why 6 weeks ago, we had an opportunity to move a motion for a tax reduction of 25%, and that's the direction we ultimately need to go. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to the questions, Councillor Mantis, I understand you need to declare conflict.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'd like to declare an interest on this item since there's a portion on the ride sharing. Because my father, my family members own...
So you're declaring a conflict on this item?
Yes, so I will be sending the form shortly to the clerk.
Okay. Mayor Chow, you have questions to Councillor Bradford?
Yeah, on the motion of, so instead of giving priority to a local-based ride-share company like Sloth, I think there's a recent one, or to the taxis that they are all Canadians, whether they're BEC or Co-op, you rather give a priority to an American company that last earning went up by 20%. It's an American San Francisco company, and just that quarter is $12 billion. Why would you, in the middle of a trade war, not give priority to Canadians, local, especially GTA companies that are struggling to get riders? Why wouldn't you do that? Because your motion precisely will give advantage to a company that is American, and the revenue was $12 billion last year, this quarter.
Thanks. Well, Madam Speaker, through you, let's just correct a couple of things that the mayor said there. There's nothing in my motion that says priority. It doesn't prioritize. What you've effectively tried to do in your action plan, Madam Mayor, is ban city staff from using rideshare. That's your motion. Mine doesn't say anything about prioritization. It just says, hey, don't ban that option. So that's your report. Double check it. But there's nothing in there about prioritization. I would also say, it sounded like in your line of questioning, you were suggesting that the tens of thousands of drivers employed through rideshare are not Canadians. Because to my mind, and I guess the question would be to you, do you not see those tens of thousands of drivers for rideshare companies as Canadians, as Torontonians? Because that's their job too. That's how they put food on the table. Absolutely. And that's why they're doing it. So in your line of questioning,
okay,
it sort of was...
Councillor Bradford, it's the mayor asking you a question, clarification of the motion.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out what her question was.
No, I know, but please, Mayor Chow, just one last question, that's it, because it's only 3 minutes.
I'm not sure this councillor have actually read the report, but the report recommendation 10 said, directing day-to-day spending by city staff to Canadian-owned and local choices, limiting employee using US-based ride-sharing platforms where locally owned alternative exist. And if you are a driver, you can drive for any number of companies, and in fact they do. they could drive with a local company. Yes, where does it say that we're banning?
Okay, and that was your last question. Councillor Bradford, briefly.
Yeah, you use the word limiting, and, you know, I would suggest all of these individuals, the word is limit. And so I don't know what the question was, but what I could tell you, Madam Speaker,
Whether
is
you've
time
read
and time
the report
again,
or not.
time
Okay.
and time again, the mayor brings these ideologically driven battles to the floor.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I have a motion. I don't know if it's ready yet. It's on the screen. Okay, yes. The City Council requests General Manager, Economic Development and Culture to include, God forbid, the Canadian flag logos on the City's Love Local campaign, along with Buy Canadian, God forbid, being included in the City's Toronto Love Local campaign. There's been a lot of excellent work done by our general manager in doing this, city manager doing this in such a short period of time in these unprecedented times, by economic development staff, by our chief financial officer. It has not been easy to compile this and bring this all together, considering this is an unprecedented situation that we find ourselves in as a city and as a country. And I think it's a very comprehensive plan, and the mayor's work is great on this too. She's really gone up there, put her elbows up, and tried to do the best she can. And a lot of Canadians and Torontonians are doing that, and I do really commend everybody for that. But what I find really perplexing is in this mayor's economic action plan, there's no mention of doing something positive, and that's buying Canadian, when the public is already doing it. You talk to anybody, you go to the grocery store now, like Councillor Bradford said, everybody's looking at the labels, making those choices, and they're even willing to spend extra money to buy something that comes from Canada or another country, but not the American stuff. They're already doing it. As I said, you go to Costco, that great American company, has got Canadian flags on everything. This is a Canadian product. So the consumers and businesses are already ahead of us. They know what the public wants. They know the public wants to participate in a response to this disastrous attack on our sovereignty by the Americans. We know that. The public wants us to do something. They're doing it. Yet, we refuse to reinforce what the public is doing and encouraging them to basically shop local, choose Canadian products, and God forbid they would stop going to McDonald's. They're not going to stop going to McDonald's. They're not going to stop buying Kentucky Fried Chicken. We're not saying don't buy Kentucky Fried Chicken. We're saying maybe, look at a local chicken spot, go to your local shawarma, go to, the jerk chicken place. That's all we're saying. So what do? We're afraid. We're almost apologizing as a city. We're afraid to put a Canadian flag on our campaign. Go figure. We're so intimidated as Canadians. Oh, we can't do that. We can't say buy Canadian in this. What a farce this is. It really is. A campaign that tries to promote buying local, responding to the unfair tariff attack, and we won't basically encourage people to look at local things, local made products. We're not doing it. So we're sort of hiding in fear. Oh God, we might offend the Americans. We might offend the McDonald's of this world. We've got so many good Canadian products that are being made available. We've got so many good Canadian choices. All we're saying is please consider that. That's what we should be saying. And God forbid, I've asked the TTC commissioners, I've asked them, put the darn flag on the TTC buses and streetcars. How about a Canadian flag on a city truck? Oh, no, we can't do that. The cost of putting a sticker on a city truck saying with a Canadian flag, oh, no, no. We might offend people if we put a flag on a city truck, a Canadian flag. Can you imagine what the Americans are saying when they see our response? That the Americans wouldn't include an American flag on these campaigns? So that's not going to cost us any money. It just piggybacks onto what Canadians and Torontonians are already doing and reinforcing the incredible commitment Canadians have to protecting and standing for Canada. As a city, we could at least do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you're next. Councillor Fletcher. Oh, your motion's not ready, so. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Speaker, we have conflicting motions.
Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I want to begin by thanking the mayor for her leadership, for economic development staff, and divisions right across the city who have put a laser focus on addressing the crisis that's in front of us. I also want to thank the mayor's economic roundtable that represents businesses, local industries, worker interests, and our community businesses as well, our local businesses that are at the heart of our neighborhoods. This action plan puts that laser focus on protecting our economic interests and builds long-term resilience in the face of these challenges that we know are going to continue to evolve and deepen. And as we've seen, the trade landscape is highly volatile, and we've heard it here over and over again in this chamber, all the different ways that looks like. And with changes occurring so frequently, and as we have seen sometimes many times on a daily basis, the plan is designed to be dynamic and an adaptive strategy, continuously updated to reflect the latest developments and making sure that we are using every lever that we have as a city to respond appropriately and confidently. During the budget debate, I moved to ensure that procurement at the city was prioritized as we added additional staff to the office, and I am really encouraged to see procurement is a key element of this plan, as buying local is even more important now with every single opportunity that we have, and to also shift our focus there. And before us, we will be amending the city's procurement bylaw to prioritize Canadian suppliers and local businesses for procurement below the trade treaty threshold. And this is a strategic move that will ensure Toronto's procurement dollars remain within our city and within our country, supporting Canadian jobs and workers and strengthening our local economy. Earlier this week, I had the honor of speaking at an Elbows Up Toronto event that was hosted by many city builders and leaders in our community, including former mayors. Mayor John Sewell was among them. And that night, I heard the voices of Torontonians from every single part of the city echoing the call that we are answering right here today, that we need to take decisive action, that we need to use every tool that we have as a city and as Torontonians, and to take that really serious Team Canada approach to getting ahead and beyond just some of these immediate actions, but to be building for the long term. Torontonians are standing up, they're demanding fairness, and they're determined to support local. We've seen those campaigns happening everywhere, including the launch of our own Love Local campaign. They're looking, as Deputy Mayor Cole said, for Canadian flags everywhere, whether it's on our grocery store shelves or in our neighborhoods and our communities. And I know that Torontonians are ready to fight for what's right, and they're committed to working together in order to do that. And this plan, again, it directly reflects that spirit. It reflects that commitment. It reflects that sense of evolution and responsiveness that will have to define our approach as a city. And it's a testament to our city's resilience and our unwavering commitment to our communities, to our local businesses, to our local industries, and most of all, workers and residents who call Toronto this city we love home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, hold on. I think Councillor Fletcher is ready. Councillor Fletcher to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate your indulgence, and thank you to the clerks for their quick work. And first of all, here are these two motions, so that basically I just want to amend your motions, Councillor Holyday, so we're really clear about maintaining and sustaining the critical operations in the port, and also that the land use plans to maintain those businesses as it is laid out in the Portland's planning framework, and report back if necessary, if there's any changes that would be needed to do that, or anything that we're worried about happening that might not sustain those operations. So I just want to address each of these from the point of view of the Portland's planning framework, where a number of us were here for that. It was, I think, when Councillor Shiner was the head of planning many years ago, and at least 6 or 7 years of planning along with Waterfront Toronto. That planning framework was brought together. It did a number of things. It created the island that we now call Ojibwe, formerly known as Villiers Island. It established our film industry as a zoned area for film. It established industrial uses in the port along the ship channel, and it established and maintained Lafarge in their location as long as they have it for their concrete operations. It took into account the many competing interests. I have an issue or a problem if we're saying review the Portland's planning framework. It actually is what we're currently using to develop all of the Portlands and to sustain those industries. When we did the Portland's planning framework, and I think many of you were here, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Thompson, others were here, there were those who said, get rid of all the industry in the port. It's no good. Everything should be residential. And we said, I'm sorry, we have sustainable industries here. We have critical industries to build the city out, thus with concrete. We have shipping in and out of the shipping channel. We have all of the power that goes from the west end to the east end of the city, goes through the transformers at the Hearn. We have the film industry with a new industry worth $350 million film studio coming. It's very carefully planned out and all sequenced. We're just at the beginning of the Ojibwe to get the final infrastructure done, to open the parks and put in the residential at the northwest corner of these 1,000 acres. So I want to be clear that we're not starting out to amend the Portland's planning framework, but what we're doing, and I agree with you, Councillor Holyday, is to make sure that we are not harming in any way the ability of the port to function. And I'll have to say that often in the last while, very clear, let's look at the tonnage that's coming in. let's look at the Eastern Gap as a place where all of the boats come in. The port itself has now developed something great, which is cruising the Great Lakes on these boats where you can go, not love boats, but you know, the boats, big ones, they go across the Great Lakes. It's very popular. They have their place where they're zoned and where they're landing, and all of the big tie-ups of the freighters and these types of businesses. It's all possible. So we want to make sure that that's possible. The port also has designated the Cinespace has a very large building there. They're also involved in the film industry, the Ports Toronto itself. So there's a lot of things going on, and I think we need to be careful not to respect what's there, what's working, and if necessary, the chief planner will come back and say that's not working, and including perhaps how we're going to protect the Eastern Gap and ships going in and out with their loads of sugar, their loads of concrete, their loads of tourists. I look forward to that, and I look forward to the weigh-in from the chief planner on that one. And for the second one, what I really want to make sure is that Mr. Tobin is working to maintain the critical operations of the port. And that includes, again, what we should be focused on, Councillor Holyday, is the Eastern Gap. There's only one way to get in and out of the ship channel. There's only one way to take freighters in and out of the outer harbor and the lake into downtown.
So 3 seconds.
And that is the Eastern Gap. So
thank you.
Those are my amendments. Thank you.
We do have questions for you.
Oh, thank you.
Councillor Perks, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. And I just want to understand. So Councillor Holyday's motion would talk about changing a lot of stuff. Can you give me a sense for context? What kind of employment we have there and is planned there with the current plan?
Well, the current plan actually does allow for a lot of industrial employment. The zoning, I'm very familiar with it, but it's heavy industrial at the east end of the port, across the road from the sewage treatment plant, which, as you can imagine, is also heavy industrial. The dock wall is used by all large freighters. The important part is not the port, but for the Eastern Gap, all of the sugar operations for Redpath use the Eastern Gap to get in and out of the port and bringing in hundreds of thousands of tons of materials both ways. So this is making sure we don't interrupt the economy that the port is important for. And I think that's a very worthy cause that Councillor Holyday has brought forward.
And you mentioned that some of the activity down there is concrete. This is one of only 2 places, I think, anywhere along the lakefront where concrete is batched. And without that concrete, we can't build buildings.
Absolutely. And I want you to be assured that concrete batching is part of the zoning and the official plan for the port in recognition of the fact it's building out the whole city. As a matter of fact, Councillor Morley, one of the firms from your ward was moved into this cluster of concrete. And the more concrete that can come in and out on shipping is important because it means not on the roads, not taking up the roads. Okay. It's a very environmental way to do that, including Lafarge, which uses shipping.
So the effect of your motion then is that to protect these critical industries, we take the advice of an 8-year planning process rather than a 10-word motion that just came up at council today.
I understand that protecting the port during the tariff war is very important. I think that sugar and concrete, which are the 2 main, plus salt, because all of the salt for the roads is also brought in by ship, that those are all I'm going to call Canadian industries. We need to make sure they're prosperous. We need to make sure that nothing hampers them, but there is no place to add new salt piles as far as growing that particular industry in the Portland's planning framework. It's very tailored to maintain heavy industry, to allow for residential, and maintain the film industry, and maintain
thank you.
Spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you, Speaker. So deleting the word grow and using the word maintain is your motion. So your motion is to maintain status quo, right?
My motion, if I can, is to maintain the critical operations that exist.
Status quo.
Sorry, maintain the critical operations that exist, and most particularly the Eastern Gap, which is an important part of Ports Toronto, what they own, and that there are some suggestions that that Eastern Gap should be closed and that shipping channel should be changed. So I am very clear in my remarks with staff. You must protect the existing industries, which are clear. I just told you what they were: concrete, salt, and sugar.
Thank you.
Which are critical industries for the city. I'm not sure what other industries would be built.
So the message that is intended by this motion to be telegraphed to the world that is watching is not to adopt what the Mayor's Economic Action Plan is, while thinking, I'm reading it literally, thinking ambitiously about maximizing their economic advantage and doing things like long overdue investments in aging, unreliable or absent port infrastructure. We are going to maintain the status quo. And so, Councillor Fletcher, why don't you vote against the action plan?
I'm sorry. I'd just like to correct you, Councillor, and I don't like to do that very often, but I will take this opportunity to correct you. The planning framework is very clear about what you can do where.
The 8-year-old framework.
Can I finish, please, Speaker?
We don't have much time, Councillor Fletcher.
Excuse me, I've been interrupted twice. Sorry, you're very busy with Councillor Burnside.
Just answer the question.
I'm trying.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
So that the critical infrastructure, which I will tell you is the dock wall and other parts of making sure you can bring things in by ship, maintaining the Eastern Gap, there's nothing that's mutually exclusive from what I've said here. You can do both. In fact, I am the biggest protector of the dock wall, the Eastern Gap, and all things industrial in this Port of Toronto, Councillor.
Do you support the Mayor's plan about strengthening the port and thinking ambitiously about maximizing their economic advantage?
Maximizing that economic advantage by making sure we get the Eastern Gap. We don't close off the Eastern Gap, and I'm sure you'll have that by fixing the dock wall, by making sure all of those large ships can come and go as they need to, and it's not the status quo.
Thank you. Okay, we're just getting a little bit out of control here. Councillor Carroll, just a question, clarification of the motion, please.
I very much want to clarify, Madam Speaker. I want to be clear about this. When you say maintain, you're talking about maintain the service that goes on there, the logistics and shipping and service. You are not talking about state of good repair in any way, shape, or form in using the word maintain.
I'm talking about the industries that exist that often are threatened because many people in the city don't believe there should be any industry in the port. That I'm telling you and Councillor Holiday that I am a big booster of maintaining industry, employment
Maintaining
lands,
industry, yes.
maintaining them there successfully, that nothing is in the way of maintaining those, the concrete works, it's building out the whole city, maintaining our winter maintenance with having salt, maintaining the soil, all of the things that happen along the ship channel, Councillor, which are industrial uses.
And if that's a problem, your motion says, and report to executive if required. So the only other thing to answer, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here, but I have a bit of an understanding about this. When we say maintain industry, currently, it's really done in the manner of slots. When can a boat come in? How many slots are there? How much industry can flow through there? And in maintaining the current state, there are available slots. We have the sugar boats coming in there, but there are times when other ships can come in. We don't have a lineup of ships all the way out to the end of the St. Lawrence Seaway. We want to maintain the slots we have, and there's room for ships if we grow within what is being maintained. Am I right about that?
Yes, there's 200 ships that come in and out. Half are going to concrete and salt. The other half are going to sugar. As I've mentioned, I'm very concerned about their ability to get in and out of the port. And I'm glad that Councillor Holyday has flagged that, because the port is very important for our economy, for our jobs, for our GDP in the City of Toronto, and we have protected all of those uses in all of our planning. But if something needs to happen more to protect those, I'm happy to support that when the report
Thank
comes
you.
back.
Those are my questions.
I think we have time for one more speaker. Councillor Carroll.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had a motion to move, but I don't now need to move it upon clarifying Councillor Fletcher's motion. And I dare say, you know, if required, we do have the avenue of executive, because what's happening in the Mayor's Tariff Response Action Team is always going to come to executive. We're doing the work we're doing with leaders in business and very carefully curated to span across all of those impacted areas. And we're getting brilliant advice. It's real-time advice from people who are really in this and are really feeling the impact, whose employees and whose subsidiary businesses are going to do it. So the Mayor's Action Team actually should have a chance to weigh in on everything we do here. That's why this action plan is going to be spread out over time. You're looking at the first tranche of actions. There will be more actions. The first and best advice of that group was that because we don't know what the president's doing from one day to the next, having a 30-day and then a 60-day and then a 90-day outlook is important. But for us, as a government protecting its residents, I dare say we will be back here in this chamber at one time soon looking at what do the impacts mean and how are we dealing with this at the end of the first year of this president's reign? What are we doing 3 years from now? How are we fixing the damage that is left 5 years from now? We're going to continue to talk about this, but these are just the first actions. But as to the issue of flags and rah-rahing, and thank you, Councillor Pasternak, for that great term, saber rattling. You know, I've been absorbing this from all of the people who are in this and whose businesses are impacted, and I haven't always shared it because I don't want to be alarmist, but it seems like people need to hear this now. What do cities like to have? How does our tourism really live? It lives on conference business and people deciding to travel here. Boy, if my dollar was worth almost 100% more, gosh, I want to go to that place where I've got more buying power. But people are actively making a decision now, and we know this because we have businesses that track this for us, a hotel association, our conference people at Destination Toronto, and what they're hearing is, I don't think we're going to book the conference in Toronto. We've seen that booing at the hockey game, and we don't know if we had on a lanyard that said we were from an American interest, that we wouldn't be accosted in the streets. I don't know if we're going to organize a pride group and bring it up to Toronto for Toronto Pride, like we've been doing for the last 20 years, because we don't know that we'd be standing in the audience of that pride parade and we'd be accosted in the streets. That's what people are saying in the United States, because of our saber rattling and our booing at the hockey game. And I know that it's already been said, it's one thing to be mad at that individual at the top and his band of henchmen who love to talk on Signal. But another thing to remember that we have neighbors down there who flow back and forth, who fill up Eaton Centre. We have businesses up here who, yes, they're based down here, because we have dairy regulations and things like that. They have as many as 3,500 employees across the country who produce their goods here because they want to sell them here. And those people that work in their factories are Canadians. And the more we saber rattle, the more we are creating this beautiful, fertile ground of politics for President Trump to use to say, you know what, company? Yes, they're evil up there, and it is terrible. And you got to bring that factory home. You got to get back home. Shut her down and come back to the U.S. I've got a state I want you to put it in, and so I'm going to waive all the taxes for the entirety of my reign. That's why we have a 30 and a 60 and a 90-day strategy. What if we're facing that? What if that's what we're facing? So we got to be very careful about the saber rattling. Sure, elbows out. Sure, red Canadian flags. But we have to also say that we're mad at that guy. We're not mad at all of you. We've got to find a way to still be able to be partners when this is all over. And we've got to be able to mitigate all those damages that are happening in real time. That's why we have to strike a balance. And this action plan is starting to strike a balance, and that's the mayor and her action team's commitment to continue to balance what we do to live through this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we're recessed to 2 o'clock. please. Okay. So, Mayor Chow, did you want to make that announcement now, or did you want to wait?
I want to acknowledge the appointment of a new president of the University of Toronto.
I'm going to do this.
After a global search, Dr. Melanie Wooden has been chosen as the 17th president of the U of T. She's an internationally known researcher and scientist and is the first woman to be appointed president. Currently, she's also the president of the Canadian Association for Neuroscience. So, congratulations to the University of Toronto.
Thank you. Go to quick releases. I just want to comment on an item that we approved earlier this morning on the Auditor General's 2024 annual report. The motion was to refer it to the Economic and Community Development Committee. And so I believe that it should go to the Planning and Housing Committee. So I just want to correct that. You're okay, Councillor Fletcher? Okay, thank you. So now we'll do quick releases. If you have any quick releases, if you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker, I would like to release AU 8.4, Audit of Parks Brand Operations Phase 2, supporting vibrant parks, improving park asset management and repair processes.
Okay, hold on, I didn't get that one. Which one?
Sorry, AU 8.4.
Okay, Audit of Parks Branch Operations, so you're releasing?
Yes.
Okay, on AU 8.4, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you.
And then IE 19.2.
Okay, just let me find it. IE 19.2.
Anti-idling bylaw.
Okay, IE 19.2, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. On favor, carried. Thank you. Do we, okay, Councillor Cheng, you have a quick release?
Yes, I do. CC 28.8, I'd like to move staff recommendations. Oh, sorry. 6212 to 6600 Yonge Street. OLT hearing.
Just one sec, let me find it. CC 28.8.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Cheng is releasing 6212 and 6600 Yonge Street. On favor, carried. Okay, and so on CC 28.11, which I held down, I believe that my motion has been circulated earlier this morning. So that's 2636 and 2654. Eglinton, on favor, carried. Thank you. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Morley, quick release.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. I can release EY 20.1, 464 Royal York Road, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application appeal report.
I 20.1, 464 Royal York Road, Councillor Morley is releasing. On favor, carried. Thank you. Any further releases? No? Okay, so we'll go back to that last. Councillor Morley, you have another one?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, happy to release AU 8.5, securing online confidential committee and board meetings, sharing best practices at the city and its agencies and corporations. AU 8.5.
AU 8.5, Councillor Morley is releasing. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, any further releases? Okay, let's go back to the item we were speaking on before the lunch break, and we have a last speaker, which is Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
You have to speak, Scott.
We're going back to the previous debates, Speaker? Oh, okay, sure. The tariff, right? Yes. Oh, all right. Well, let me start off by saying this. So, I was at an event, and a fellow came up to me and said, I got a joke for you. And it was a joke about Donald Trump. And here's how the gist of the joke, the way the joke went. He says, you know, Donald Trump, or President Trump, is like a horse in a china shop. Doesn't know why he's there. China, you know, like fragile stuff, glass stuff, clay stuff, stuff you break, okay? It's like a horse in a china shop. Doesn't know why he's there, and doesn't know what he's going to do next, but in the meantime, he's breaking it all apart. Right? And we get that. And it wasn't a laughing joke, but when you look at it, you kind of say to yourself, you know what? That's somewhat, it somewhat rings true in terms of, you know, Donald Trump. So what has Donald Trump done for me? He's done two things. One, good. He's forced us as Canadians to look at ourselves, find Canada, love Canada, find our Canadianismo. That is amazing. We have been working on that one for hundreds of years. You know, and I don't know when the Americans invaded and burned down Fort York a couple of hundred years ago. I don't know if that persisted back then. But what have we done since? We've always gone to the aid of our friends overseas and everywhere else. That's what Canada has always done. Right? But now, in coming after us directly, economically, and otherwise, he has really said to all of us, find each other, love each other as Canadians. And that's what we are doing. Which is absolutely amazing. Because in doing that, we will find ourselves in a much better place going forward. But the bad thing that he's done, and you know what? Donald Trump, President Trump, he's going to be gone. At some point, I know this for a fact, you know this for a fact, he will be gone. He will be gone as president, and eventually he'll be gone as a human being, like the rest of us. You know, we all go in time. But the one thing that Donald Trump, the bad thing that Donald Trump has done, that's going to stick around for a long, long, long time. He's done this. And I heard this idea being floated by by a fellow named Matsunaga Takeshi. He's the Consul General of Japan. That there is a global thinking now that you can only win if someone else loses. And in the United States, that is setting root as a doctrine. They can only win if someone else loses. You can only get a new factory and a new plant in Ohio if Ontario loses that plant and that factory. They can only win if you lose. They can only create a few more jobs in Pennsylvania if you lose some jobs here in Canada. And that's not just central to the United States, that's taking roots all over the world. That will be with us for a long, long time. That is un-Canadian. Because here's what we believe in Canada. Here's what I believe in Canada. That when Canada wins, we all win. When Canada does better, we all do better. When Canada does better, the United States does better. When Canada wins, the United States of America wins. That's Canadian. That's who we are. We are not the other. And we should stand proud in that fact. And we should all, like on my little flag here says, say, Vive le Canada.
5
Long
seconds.
live Canada.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Motion 1B by Councillor Holyday, it's on the screen. No, I think Councillor Fletcher amended the other motion, right? Yes. On favor? Carried. Okay, next motion. Motion 2B by Councillor Matlow. On favor? Carried. Motion 3. Let's go on the screen. Motion 3 by Councillor Bradford, recorded.
Councillor Pasternak, thank you. Councillor Carroll, how do you vote, please? In the negative. The motion does not. Just stand by, please. The motion does not carry. The vote is 5-17.
Okay, next motion. Motion 5 by Councillor Fletcher, if we can put that on the screen. And that's amending Councillor Holyday's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. Councillor Carroll, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative. The amendment carries. The vote is 17-6.
Okay, next motion. Motion 1A by Councillor Holliday as amended. All in favor? Carried. Motion 2A by Councillor Matlow. All in favor? Carried. Motion 2C by Councillor Matlow. On favor, carried. Motion 4 by Councillor Coe. On favor, carried. Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Carroll, how do you vote, please? The item as amended is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Mayor Chow, can you move the motion to go in camera? We'll put the motion on the screen.
The council recessed the public session and meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider two items. 28.3, this is the collective bargaining negotiation, City of Toronto and QBE Local 79. The second one is CC 28.5, which is recruitment for the Deputy City Manager, Community and Social Services.
On favor, carried. So if I can ask everybody in the council chambers if they could please leave. Sorry, but we're going in camera. No? Okay, does anybody want to speak? No? Okay. Mayor Chow, if you can move the supplementary report.
I will do so, if it can be displayed here. This is a supplementary report that the City Council adopted recommendations in the supplementary report from City Manager and the Chief People's Office. The rest of the recommendations is in front of you.
Okay, on the supplementary report, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Candeval, are you in the meeting? And Councillor Sachs.
I voted through the system.
Thank you. Just to remind members, if you're remote, would you please leave your camera on until the results of the vote are announced?
Trying.
Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Pasternak. The motion carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, on CC 28.5, Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Did you want to speak? Okay, Councillor Fletcher is moving the recommendation on CC 28.5 with a supplementary report, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, Speaker.
Yes. Okay, we'll put it up. There it is, the supplementary report on CC 28.5. Did we want a recorded vote on this one? Recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Cheng, how do you vote, please? Thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 24 in favor.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Do you have any quick releases at this time? Okay, we'll go to the top of the agenda. Next item. Oh, did we want quick releases? Okay, Councillor Morley, quick release. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have DM 28.1, which is 40 to 60 St. Lawrence Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. I'll be moving staff recommendations. and happy to release.
Councillor Morley is releasing DM 28.1, 40 and 60 St. Lawrence Avenue, OLT hearing. Councillor Morley is moving the staff recommendation. On favor?
Supplementary.
Yeah, you're moving the supplementary report, right?
Correct, yes.
On the supplementary report, there it is on the screen. On favor? Carried.
I do have one other quick one, Madam Speaker, but I do have I would like to say a few words on it. Should I?
Which item is it?
It is item CC 28.9, 266 and 268 Royal York Road.
Okay, just one sec, let me find it. CC 28.9, 266 and 268 Royal York Road.
Yes, I have a few quick remarks on this item before
Okay,
I
go
release.
ahead.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. This item is confidential because it involves information and direction related to OLT tribunal appeal, and I'll be careful with my remarks so we don't have to go on camera. But I do want to say a few words about this application, which was appealed to the OLT in February 2023, before community consultation meeting was held. It's been 2 years, and we're making a decision about this development through the OLT process at City Council, and there has been zero public meeting, no deputations, and no real opportunity for public consultation. Residents in Mimico, where this building is situated, won't even know the details of this decision until after it has been made public and confidential documents are made public. So I just really want to comment on how terrible and undemocratic this process has unfortunately been. For this file, I did request and was granted permission from the applicant to discuss the confidential details with local representatives. They didn't like what they saw. They understood when I explained the situation and why I will ultimately be voting to support the recommendations. That said, what I heard from residents was important. The Mimico community is not afraid of density, but they do want something in return. We need public realm and infrastructure improvements, transit stations that work, and all the things that facilitate a complete and healthy community in support of growth. The first thing that the question was where are the community benefits? And as we know, the answer at this point is the developers are required to pay 4% cash in lieu when they build. 4% is not enough to support the necessary infrastructure like pedestrian bridges and other pieces like public daycares, etc., or affordable housing. We have had a lot of challenges in this particular community, specifically around the Mimico transit station area. About 3 years ago, the province signed a transit-oriented community deal on a site northeast of this project with a developer that has since abandon the project. In exchange for permitting over 2,000 residential units across 9 towers, residents in Mimico were expecting a new fully accessible transit station building, an improved transit plaza with newly accessible and pedestrian-friendly entry to the nearby Main Street, 300 commuter parking spaces, a greenway linear park with pedestrian bridge connection, and affordable housing units. At that time, residents in Mimico were excited, which made it such a disappointment when the deal was dissolved after Van Dyke financially collapsed. Fast forward to Mimico today, the development proposals coming in now are taller and more dense. The community benefits being offered in return are a fraction of what was previously offered, or our ability to secure. We all know the realities of the OLT, so we know that we have no good options today. We can either vote for what is outlined in the confidential attachment, or we can refuse and send this application back to a contested hearing where it is likely that it would end up with worse development proposal than what's before us. Today, I will be voting to support the staff recommendations to ensure the better outcome for residents between the two options. I want to acknowledge the difficult position we are put in by provincial constraints. Residents are being excluded from opaque decision-making processes, and they're seeing greater pressures from density without the benefits that we need and deserve as a community. Those are my remarks, Madam Speaker, and with that, I'm happy to release this item and move the staff recommendations, or the supplementary report, rather. I'm supporting it with.
On the item, on favor, carried. Councillor Pasternak, you have a quick release?
I do, but the motion is not quite ready, so I need a couple of minutes.
All right. Councillor Thompson, quick release.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to release SC 20.3, Assumption of Services Registered Plan 66M-2525 Goldman Ellesmere 2 Development, Inc., Application 1326-8033 ESC. And that's 1001 Ellesmere Avenue.
So Councillor Thompson is releasing SC 20.3. On favor? Carried. Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs, are you releasing an item? Councillor Sachs?
I'm trying, yes. EC 18.4, proposed pilot for non-motorized mobile food vendors in University Rosedale, please.
Okay, EC 18.4, proposed pilot.
Correct, thank you.
Councillor Sachs is releasing. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a release?
Yes, EC 18.8, developing an urgent downtown Coyote action plan. I just really like to speak to it very briefly. Is that all right? Okay, thank you. An amendment? Okay. All right, I'll keep holding it then. Thank you.
Okay, so the next item that was Councillor Holyday.
I do. I thank the clerks for getting the motion to me that quick. It is an IE item. IE 19.3, Street A Environmental Assessment Study, Park Lawn Lakeshore Transportation Master Plan. I have a very small amendment. I've given a copy to Councillor Morley. Staff helped me prepare it. It very simply asks them to think about putting some laybys to drop off people at the GO station in the future planning phases.
On IE 19.3, Councillor Holyday has an amendment that's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. So we'll go to the next timed item, which is EX 21.8. Mayor Chow held the item down, building a universal student food program in Toronto. Do we have questions? Are there any questions? Councillor Holyday, questions?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask two things. The first was the mechanics of what's before us. If I read this correctly, it's asking the federal government to reallocate funding. And it's also asking, I would call it a more of an aspirational ask of the government of Ontario to increase its financial contribution levels for the program. Do I understand, other than that there's no change to the program proposed? Unless we get motions on it, I guess. Could you hold my time?
Is there anybody here to answer that question? Okay, go ahead.
You want me to repeat them?
Yeah, repeat it.
Okay,
yeah.
if you could start my clock. Speaker, there's two motions before us. I just want to understand the effect of them on the program. The first has to do with a request of the federal government to reallocate unspent funding, and the second I would characterize as more aspirational, asking the government of Ontario to increase its funding to the program. Do I understand that correctly? This doesn't otherwise change the program, does it?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so no policy change. So the harder question is, in here, there's It's now called the Universal Student Food Program. And I want to understand the change in nomenclature. So I've noticed this. I've also noticed that I think we used to call it a breakfast snack. Now we call it a meal. And do I understand the policy that's inside the presentation now aspires to 2 meals, one in the morning and one at lunch? Do I understand that correctly? That not only is the program growing in the number of locations, but it's also growing in the amount that it's feeding people. It's more than once now per day.
To you, yes, that is the planned, but not currently in motion.
But the direction has been set, though, to change the program fundamentally. Do I not understand that correctly? It's now a meal program.
Yes, that is correct.
What's the difference between a snack and a meal?
In a technical term, those terms are kind of used interchangeably. The idea is still to get a nutritional meal to a student, whether it be through a mid-morning snack or through something greater than that.
So why would we now go to a greater than that? Are we trying to feed people twice?
Yeah. Ideal is to say that there are definitely benefits to having a nutritional meal program in terms of how their educational performance is. In fact, we are now told that at least one school, math is being taught after the mid-morning program, as the teacher has seen that there is a noticeable improvement in attentiveness and math scores once they've had this meal or snack program in the morning, and that is the thinking going forward.
Have you thought of giving them coffee? No, you don't have to answer that. I just want to understand, though, so with more meals, where does all the funding come from for this? We're in like tens of millions of dollars in this program. And do I understand it correctly? The kind of food we're talking about is like yogurt or some apple slices, a granola bar. Are we going deeper into meals that are more substantive?
To you, as you may be aware, this is actually a very community-based program that is looking at dietary restrictions, cultural restrictions, or culturally normed foods. This is very community-based effort, so there are some programs that are menu planned by the community to suit their community needs, also within the budgetary constraints of that community. Some schools may get those items that you had mentioned, some schools may get different items.
Can you give me an example of some different items?
I've seen in one school program to you is a pre-packaged, I would say a scone, but it's more looking like a whole grain item that's gluten-free, allergen-free, but it's known as a grain scone.
So what happens to the kids that do bring their snack or bring their lunch? They take this stuff home?
Again, to you, some of the schools have told me that they do completely run out of the snacks that they are provided. However, in some schools, they are seeing some items that are not safe to leave overnight, and they are given to the students of that school that do participate.
So leftover food is sent home. Are there any schools that have rules that say, you can't bring stuff? You have to take it from the program?
I'm sorry.
Are there any schools that say to the students, you can't bring things in, you have to take it from our program?
As you may be aware, Toronto Public Health is not directly involved in the delivery of these school snack programs, so I'm not aware of that situation.
Okay. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, to questions.
Hey, yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. And it's a quick question because I don't actually know if this is current. But if I go all the way back in time to when I was on the other side of it, on the school board side, we didn't have the wherewithal to study this. But at the time, I remember Public Health did, and this is a couple decades back. And they helped us to do a bit of a scan. I can't remember what the methodology was, but what they studied for us was are those that need the food more inclined to walk in the door and get the food if the program is universal and there is no kinds of means testing? They found a way of researching that. Has that been done in the last 20 years?
To you, I'm not, I'm fairly new to the city as well, so I'm not sure of that study. In terms of the stigma is I think what you're trying to get at.
Yeah.
Yes, we do feel that by having the universal or all student access to such a program, the stigma of, oh, one person cannot afford versus another person, it does remove that by, you may have seen some video footage where it's served to the entire classroom as opposed to come into a particular room to pick up your free snack.
Right.
So this way it is quite universal and more approachable and removing the stigma of wealth distribution, if you will.
And once you take away that, that need for means testing, then you've also reduced the cost, have you not? Because then the foundations that we give this money to deliver the program don't have that assignment. Their assignment is just to get the food in front of the kids.
You are correct.
They don't have to administrate that thing.
That's right. There is no means testing where they have to show which student has applied and successfully been granted that access.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, who held this item down? Oh, sorry. Okay, Mayor Chow, do you want to speak?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Councillors, I have a motion. Can you put it on the screen?
Yeah, put the motion on the screen.
So let me speak to it. I met with the Premier recently, and together we are hosting an event that is going to be on April 1st. It is a fundraiser for the Toronto Foundation, for Student Foundation, which is the organization that provides the funding to enable the students across the city to be able to get a nutritious snack or a meal, if you want to call them. It's 3 food group, Councillor Holiday, I know you're wondering what it is. It is a piece of fruit, a grain, it could be a muffin, plus a protein, okay, maybe some cheese. So they get that around 10:30. The aim is really to able to have that all across the city. Right now, the city is already feeding 335,000 children, and what we need to do is to continue so that we are able to eventually, maybe by the end of this year, able to have everyone enrolled. The event that is being hosted on April 1st is all the Michelin stars chefs in the city coming together. There's 20 of them. They are cooking together in order to raise funds for this fabulous program. I can send it to you. I believe Councillor Chenos Lynn came across it and want to come. And it's a fabulous event. It is sold out. Already it has raised $1 million. I think it can raise a lot more. What that would do is actually provide a big, huge boost to the whole program. It provides it with a lot of star power. And the Premier and I are having a cook-off. And the 2 chefs that are with us, and there are 2 donors that whoever wins, the loser will donate another big sum of money to the cause. So it's going to be a fabulous event, and all of that is really to build towards a funds that eventually would be able to feed every kid. You know already the federal government have pledged and have already signed off to, I think it's about $84 million to the provincial government. This is for the entire Ontario government. I'm not sure exactly how much. So there's already a lot of momentum federally, and provincially, the provincial government is also coming on side. So it's an exciting program.
Thank you.
Pardon me, just one last piece. The reason why this is really helpful if we do it that way, is that we would be able to do bulk purchasing. So that while we're in the middle of trade war, that if one school is buying apples, then the whole district area could buy local apples, for example, right, from our farmers and from greenhouses in southern Ontario. So that really both help create jobs locally, create jobs and protect the jobs in southern Ontario, in the farmers, but also able to create a lot of momentum in the local area. Because I noticed that the kids also get into serving. The volunteers, a lot of these programs are dependent on volunteers, and of course they would hire 1 or 2 person to come and manage the program. It's part-time, just for a couple of hours.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to take the opportunity to remind Council why I criticize this program. And it's not because I don't want hungry kids to be able to have food. Of course, as human beings, we want others in the city and the community to have food to eat. This is more a fundamental philosophical discussion about the role of government, the role of this government, the role of parents and parenting, and what it is that we want to teach our kids. I go, it's great. Sounds like there's a great charity event, but I'd invite anybody that goes to that and spends or donates money there to take a look and see how the program plays out, and where it goes to schools and goes and gives food to kids that their families don't need to have the government provide them some supports. They've got plenty of means to bring their own meal, to make their own meal, to have nutritious meals. And maybe there's a better way to take that money and steer it towards those families that need it the most. Yet, you hear this thing, it has to be universal. The stigma of, getting food from someone else. Well, I go to the parenting part. Too many times I've seen my own kids bolt out of the house in the morning, too busy to have some breakfast, even if I make it for them. And, they think that they might rely on somebody else to get a meal. And when maybe they even take it from the food program, I don't know. But what are we teaching them in the morning? Not to regulate yourself, to take the time to eat properly. Are we teaching them to participate in the preparation of the meals, to go shopping, to pick out things that they like to take with them? Would you like apples? Would you like bananas? Would you like some grapes this week for school? I know I've prepared a lot of meals for my kids. And it's important, and it's an important role that I have as a parent. And I do sense there are people out there that struggle to pay for those groceries to make that happen. But that is a percentage of our society. There are so many others in between that, ought to be doing that, can do that, and maybe they do that, and maybe the kids don't take advantage of it. But the last thing I would just say as a parent, what are we teaching them, the kids, that now not only are many things in life the responsibility of others, now suddenly it's the responsibility of the school or the institution to put food in their mouth or food into their bellies. And I just don't think that's a good lesson in life. Kids should learn how to make and prepare meals, to realize how to plan their day and plan their week out, and plan to have nutritious food to fuel them through the day. And I just regret that sometimes programs like this might have unintended consequences. The last thing I'll say is, important to me is I don't agree that the municipal government should be in this role. If there are disparities in income, that's what often people focus on these programs. Those really are the responsibility of the federal and provincial government to resolve. And instead, this council wades into that and spends millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I note, take a close look at the language here. It started out as a student nutrition program in maybe a few needy schools where there was a high percentage of people that were struggling. And it spread to more and more and more, and eventually every school and every student in the city. And now we're talking about not one, but 2 meals a day. Sorry, this changed from snack to meal. And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So, once you got to everybody, now we're going to go to 2 meals. Where does it stop? But I do know that we have to raise taxes a significant amount to people across this city, many of them struggling to make ends meet, and it's just this constant cycle. So I think it's important to point out these philosophical differences. I'm sure council will have their own opinion and we'll all cast our votes on this. But always keep in mind, the problem you're trying to resolve, the question you're trying to resolve. And if it's truly about feeding the most needy and the most hungry in this city, I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, that I don't think this is the most efficient way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cherneslin.
Thank you. I would just say that I want to point out that the original motion on this came through the City School Board Committee meeting, and there was much discussion there from trustees who sit on that, expressing how important this was in their communities and in their boards in terms of student mental health and well-being, student achievement. When they have a solid meal as part of their day, they are able to pay attention better and you get better results. So this is really a crucial piece of a strong, healthy society. And as Councillor Carroll spoke to as well, I would argue the data shows us that the stigma is greatly reduced when everybody has the opportunity to partake in this. I would just also add, all of us received information on how many schools in our wards and which schools were receiving funding. I have 5 schools. I have 24 schools in total in my ward, 5 that receive funding. They're all on what's called the Learning Opportunities Index. These are sort of TDSB schools, I would say. Those are all schools that experience significant challenge in terms of their student population on the socioeconomic index. And so these are not wealthy populations that are getting a nutritious meal as part of whether it's a snack or a meal. These are not wealthy families. These are families that are struggling. 2 of those schools are schools with students who have exceptional behavior and medical needs. Those families have significant challenge. So I think there's a lot more to this than people necessarily think when they think of who are we feeding. We're feeding students who really need and benefit from this. I would just also, add that this is, in terms of the main motion, this is not something that the city is primarily funding. Councillor Holyday, I do tend to agree with you that this is something the federal government and other levels of government really need to step up on. But I think it is a message that we're sending when we show how important this is, and the fact that this motion really speaks to the fact that we're asking for any extra unused dollars to be added. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Rise, and I'm in full support of this program. I was the one not so much heckling Councillor Holyday, but when he was asking staff, is this program getting bigger and bigger? And the staff said, yes, it is, we're doing more. I was the one yelling, yay, yay. And I'll tell you a bit about that. My ward's in the southeast corner of Scarborough. I originally had 3 neighborhood improvement areas. I have 6 now. I learned a hard lesson a long time ago, that if you have a school in a neighborhood improvement area, and it has a breakfast program, that's great. What I've learned is that just because you have a child going to that school, doesn't mean they live in that neighborhood improvement area. they could live outside of the neighborhood improvement area. We have wide-ranging poverty in this area. One of the reasons I have 6 neighborhood improvement areas, I have a high number of single-parent families that have a hard time getting ends meet. I've never had complaints from any schools in my ward or people involved in breakfast programs that people are taking advantage of them. On the flip side, I'm very fortunate. I never went to school hungry. My children, to the best of my knowledge, have never gone to school hungry. My oldest 2 kids went to a high school in Scarborough where they ended up having a breakfast program. And I can remember mornings, my youngest 2, they'd be like, Dad, we need to go to school early. And I'm like, what are you going to school early for? It's like, well, we want to hang out with my friends while they have breakfast. And, you know, we're bringing our breakfast, we're going to hang out with them and have breakfast before we go to class. There was times my children would be packing their breakfast and their lunch for school, and they'd be taking extra. And I'd say to them, you know, what are you bringing extra food to school for? There's a breakfast program. And my youngest son in particular, who's involved in a lot of sports, would say, well, you know, Dad, so-and-so plays hockey, so-and-so is playing soccer or basketball, and the meal that they get from the breakfast program, well, it's a good start because of the energy they burn during the day, isn't going to get them through the school day. It's not enough food to get them through breakfast and lunch. So when staff are saying we're moving towards 2 meals, well, you know, what I consider a meal or what they might call a meal, for me as a parent, for my kids usually take twice that to school. And you're talking about kids trying to get through an academic program and maybe a sports program. And, you know, I'm fully supportive of this. I think it needs to continue. When it comes to other levels of government, yes, we do need the federal and provincial government. In my world, I would be very happy if the province and the federal government fully took this on, but they're not. And we have an obligation, and when some people say, you know, there's no results from it, you know, I've heard loud and clear from people that are running breakfast programs in my ward, teachers in my ward, that if a child goes to school hungry, they don't learn. And if you don't learn in grade school, you're going to have a hard time in high school. And if you're having a hard time in high school because you're not getting properly fed, you're not going to the university or college that you want to get into or hope to get into. It's one of the reasons they say that in my area, Scarborough, in the GTA, we have the highest youth unemployment rate because it all trickles up from not eating properly to trying to get a proper education. You don't go to the schools you want eventually, and you don't get the jobs you want. And then it just turns into a repetitive cycle. So I'm a full hardcore supporter. Breakfast programs, we don't have enough of them. We need more, and we need more funding from the provincial and federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be very brief. As a former school board trustee, you could see firsthand the value of student nutrition programs within the schools. And it's important to remember that it plays a role not just as a poverty reduction program, but as a nutrition program. Because what we're trying to instill in kids, school-age kids, is smart food choices. Regular eating of fruits and vegetables, healthy eating, staying away from high sugar and snacks. And you know, if some of these programs are in the high school level, what it does is it keeps high school kids in the school eating healthy food rather than running across the street to a variety store. Within many of our catchment areas, obesity and diabetes are a major problem. It is growing with intensity of school-age children, tooth decay as well. So these programs not only are poverty reduction programs, but are health programs. And one thing I've always wondered is watching the flow of money when we're hit up for a donation at the cash register at supermarkets and other places, where we're donating, I think Tim Hortons and Metro or No Frills, they ask you for money for student nutrition programs. But I've always been curious to kind of watch the money flow and see where these funds end up, and whether they're actually ending up at school boards, in charities, or in other locales. So with that, I would simply summarize by saying that there is enormous value of student nutrition programs. It is not a cost center, it is an investment. It provides for healthy food choices with fruits and vegetables, and it leads to healthier kids. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Oh, wow, that was quick, Speaker. Thank you. Thank you to the clerk for adding my name to the list. Speaker, I just wanted really to rise to thank the mayor and thank all those who have been involved in terms of leading this, because it's super, super important. I've got over 12,000 young people who are benefiting in my ward. And would I want to cut the funding not to help them? Heck no. Actually, I want to help them. I want to thank Dr. Lampney as well, the acting medical officer of health, and being a member of that board. It's extremely important. Some may say that, we should have a more Machiavellian type of society where everybody is on their own. Every family feed their own kids. If you have them, you should feed them and so on. But we know that is not the reality. We know that there's a great need out there from so many people. And I think as government, we actually have a responsibility and a role to play in this. And this is part of that leadership, and this is part of that approach in terms of ensuring that no persons get left behind. A meal or snack, whatever you want to call it, it is actually nutritional food that's actually feeding not simply the body, but the souls and the minds of our young people and so on. When I looked at the list when it first came out, I was, really shocked at the number of schools that were benefiting from the program, because I keep hearing that there's a need for more. And yes, we're helping people. Yes, there's a need to do more. I mean, I'm thinking that the mayor, who is very busy, and the premier have got together and saying, look, we want to do some interesting things and get people excited about helping young people. My God, what a great way to actually help them to learn, to develop. Many G20, G7 nations actually have programs that's actually in place. It's a necessity. They feed their kids in Japan and other places like that. And there's not this great argument about, well, is it something that is our responsibility and government's responsibility? Equally, as we provide roads for cars to drive on, in fact, I think we have a responsibility to ensure that our young kids are eating and they're going to school and they're being helped by tax dollars to ensure that they become the next generation of leaders who are going to do great things. So there's a need for more to be done. I'm actually gratified that there are 35 locations in my ward that are benefiting. I'm never going to say no. I'm going to say I want more. It's only almost $1 million being spent in my ward. Could I go for another $1.5 million, $1.2 million? I'd like that, and this program is going to help me to do that. So I'm speaking in support of this because helping our young children to be able to eat and to have a meal and to share with their friends. Now, we know that not every one of those children or families may need it, but the fact of the matter is the camaraderie and the relationship that we actually see develop with these young people, and we don't actually leave any behind and to say you can't have, or we create this sort of sense or sensitivity that because you're getting a benefit, that you are odd person out. Quite frankly, I think we all have a responsibility. Speaker, I went to the store the other day in my ward, and I had a desire to have a piece of steak. I was shocked. It was $37 for one piece of steak. I almost put it back. Not because I couldn't afford it, but it was just a shock of it all. Imagine a family with 2 or 3 children in the community. Guess what? It's hard for them to buy the right type of foods, quite frankly. There's a lot of sugar stuff they're getting in the store because that may be cheaper, or starchy products and so on and so forth. Do we have a responsibility and obligation to help? I actually dare say that we do. And while some can afford to do great things and some will tell us here how to parent or how parents should be parenting their children, we know that it's very hard out there in many different ways. And so it's about a balance. This affords us a balance of opportunity, balance to help and to engage our young people, and just to simply show them that we actually care about their well-being and their development and so on. So bring it on. I want more in my community. I want more in my community to have, I have 12,000 plus young people are benefiting now. I want them all to benefit, quite frankly, because at the end of the day, we all win in that way when we invest in their well-being. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Mayor and the Acting Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Lamte, and all those involved in really bringing this forth. I can say to you that who in their right mind would want not to feed children? For me, that's just, I can't square this into my mind. In my ward of Toronto Centre, we have the largest youth shelter in the country, Covenant House. We have Turning Point. In my ward, I have St. Jamestown, which is one of the most marginalized parts of the country, I'm going to say, Regent Park. I can say to you, during COVID times, one of the things that really impacted those who are most marginalized among us was children not being able to eat. I was a school trustee during that time, and the amount of calls we received, the amount of calls our principals and administrators received saying that, kids were going hungry. We actually had to be creative to make sure that these kids were able to be fed. So also in Toronto Centre, we have the lowest LOIs in the TDSB. For example, Lord Dufferin, I think it was at 9. Market Lane was at 2. And others. They're all in the low LOI category, which means that they're the most marginalized schools in the city of Toronto. So I know firsthand the benefits of the breakfast and lunch programs in those communities. And so I'm really happy to see that it's being expanded. No child should go without food. No one should be left behind. And I think, it's great that we as a city are taking the leadership role in this. And hopefully, as Councillor Jonas Lynn and others have mentioned, that hopefully the province and the feds will come along, maybe through embarrassment, and maybe even seeing the benefits of this program, they'll actually contribute funds towards it as well. So again, thank you to all those who've made this happen, and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
On the item. Mayor's motion first. Yeah, okay. Mayor Chow's motion on favor, recorded vote.
How do you vote?
How do you vote, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The amendment, carries. The vote is 21 to 1. Item.
You didn't record my vote. Yes. Yes.
Speaker, just to revise that, as you voted in the affirmative, the motion carries 22 to 1.
Item is amended on pardon? Recorded vote. Item is amended.
Just stand by, members, while we stage the vote.
Yeah.
Voting panel is now open.
Okay, in a minute.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. The item is amended as adopted. The vote is 22 to 1.
Okay, before we go to the last item, city manager would like to make an announcement, or the mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I just thought it might be nice to recognize that Kate Basil and Denise Andrea Campbell have rejoined us in the chamber after being outside for discussions. And let me just take one more second to point your attention over here to the front bench and Tom Azus, who has done an amazing job as the interim deputy city manager since Paul Raftis' retirement. Thanks to members of council. Thank you.
Okay, members, we just have one last item before we recess tonight. That's a timed item, EX 21.13, supporting ownership housing development. Councillor Bradford, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff? Okay, if you can just put your name on the list, please. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to the CFO. The proposal we have here is about actions that the City of Toronto can take to reduce the cost of building new homes in the city. Is that correct?
To the Speaker, that's correct.
Okay. And part of the proposal here is for a development charge deferral on 3,000 units. How much do you expect them to reduce the cost of financing for these new units?
To the Speaker, the actions that are being proposed, we expect to have a benefit of about $18,800 per unit, which would equate to about $56 million benefit across 3,000 total units.
Okay. And what's the intent of the city reducing the cost to build housing? Why are we proposing this?
To the Speaker, so this is an action that we can take as part of our ongoing review on DCs in consultation with various stakeholders that's within the city's affordability. With the intent of being an element that will help free up some of the developments that are currently within our pipeline.
Okay, so unlock some more housing. The intent then and the assumption would be that there needs to be a reduction in the cost of delivering housing. Part of that's construction costs, part of that's labor costs. We don't necessarily control those things, but what we do control from the government side is the taxes and the fees, so we are trying to reduce those costs to have more shovels hit the ground on more housing.
To the Speaker, it is looking at actions that we can take within the city, within our affordability, that can support additional development.
So theoretically, as an idea, would you generally agree that if we were able to reduce costs even more, we might unlock more units of housing in the City of Toronto?
To the Speaker, I think the ability of the City of Toronto or even the federal and provincial government to put additional supports towards housing theoretically should be able to unlock further development.
Right. Did we undertake any specific financial analysis or targeted consultation with the builders to determine if this measure in front of us today would provide the level of relief or enough relief to move projects forward?
To the Speaker, so this is really after a series of reviews and actions that have been taken in consultation with the development industry and build. We do know, based on some of the analysis that we've done, we've been able to come out with the purpose-built rental report earlier that has been successful in unlocking units. We've now looked at actions that we can take here. I will note, based on those discussions, the industry has been clear in terms of the full suite of reductions that they would need to fully unlock. What we're looking at here today is really one element within our control that would help further support those projects in our pipeline.
So there was some feedback submitted from industry on this file. They indicated that, quote, more comprehensive measures are needed to fully address the extent of our housing crisis and support the broader range of stalled projects. What is it exactly that the industry is suggesting that the City of Toronto do?
To the Speaker, yeah, the industry noted that this is a step in the right direction, but ultimately on condo builds, they were initially seeking a full exemption on all development charges. They've also noted, and I think it's important to note, requiring further support from both the federal and provincial government.
Yep. Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to make sure I understand the mechanics of all this. So each unit has about $60,000 in development charges, and when's that due to be paid?
To the Speaker, currently those would be due upon permit.
Right, so the developer has to float that money up front. And the total value, so 3,000 homes times $60,000, it's like $182 million. Not a small amount, it's a big amount of money.
To the Speaker, that's correct.
So do the homeowners ultimately pay that? When do they have to pay the bill?
To the Speaker, so upon acquisition or purchase of the property, those costs would be embedded in the purchase price of the property.
Okay, let's get a fine point on this. So acquisition or purchase, that means when the place converts from being a builder's lease to an actual condominium, right? That might be after they move in.
To the Speaker, that's correct.
So if I remember, it's usually like a year later, you move in, suddenly you get the deed, the title to it, you stop paying that phantom mortgage, and then the homeowner would get a bill for $60,000?
To the Speaker, not necessarily. So I think, no, would be the correct answer to that.
Well, where's the bill go?
So the development charge would be borne by the developer themselves. That would be part of the overall cost of building the unit. The overall cost would then be factored in the sale price ultimately that any purchaser would acquire for.
So they can flow through those charges to the homeowner, can they not?
To the Speaker, they can. And what we've heard from the industry is because these are an upfront cost, the additional cost of building is the financing associated with that because the recovery doesn't come until later on.
So the builder saves the cost of floating that amount of money until the time of the purchase of the unit. How much of that money goes back to the homeowner, that savings?
To the Speaker, so we're not specifically tracking how much of that would go back to the homeowner. Ultimately, the market is going to dictate the price. What this does, though, is it reduces the cost of building. This reduces the financing cost to the builder, which is intended to help address some of those projects that are currently stuck in the development pipeline.
So the benefit to the homeowner, the end recipient, is negligible. Do I understand that?
I'm not sure I can speak to the ultimate benefit to the homeowner. I can speak to the benefit in terms of the total cost of the development itself.
To rephrase it, we have no mechanism to ensure that the homeowner receives any benefit.
To the Speaker, that's correct.
So this is all to the builder. And the net cost to the taxpayer is what?
To the speaker, so the expectation is our loss would be foregone revenue in the form of investment returns. Right. The foregone revenue on investment returns in total is expected to be about $28 million over the period that we're considering.
Generally speaking, the taxpayers of the city eat $28 million because they have to float $182 million worth of DCs. And there's a little bit in there because you're gonna backdate the fees to an earlier time.
To the speaker, to the extent that 3,000 units benefit from this, the foregone revenue is the $28 million.
And sorry, how's the condo market doing right now? Is there a lot of markets, a lot of units on the market? Anybody answer that?
Yeah. To the speaker, I'll defer to our housing colleagues.
Are they selling well?
There's been a challenge, I would say, in the condo market, falling a record high in 2023. In 2024, condo starts dropped by 46% and 25% compared with 2022.
So I'm talking about availability. I don't have the money, but if I had to go out and buy a condo right now, I assume I got my pick. Like, it's not tight like it was before.
I'm not an expert on condominium sales, but I've heard the market is soft.
Right, the market is soft. So homeowners got no problem acquiring places. Builders are complaining about the market, right? It goes up and down. And so the city's plan is to effectively offer a subsidy to the builder at a cost to taxpayers. I understand that correctly. $28 million.
To the speaker, so the challenge that we're looking to address are currently units that are in our development pipeline, that actions that we can take to unstick those units to ensure that there's future housing being built moving forward.
$30 million, if I had to raise that in property tax, what percent would that be?
That was your last question.
So every 1% property tax increase was about $46.4 million, if my memory serves me correct.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To the CFO, this program doesn't just unstick development. We're actually requiring a public benefit in the form of additional affordable units, correct?
To the speaker, that is correct. There would be a requirement for, I believe, 5% affordable units.
Okay, and I don't know who can answer this, but my understanding is our development charges are something like 5-6% of the final cost of a unit?
To the speaker, I don't have the number exactly in front of me, but that sounds about accurate.
That's about accurate. And I don't know who can answer this, but developers typically look for a profit margin, maybe the chief planner, of 12 to 15%.
Through the chair, I think in the conversations I've had with developers, that typically is the return they need to get in order to actually start a project.
And that's just the developer. That's not the financiers or anybody else who are also making money off it. That's just the developer.
Through the speaker, that would be the overall return they'd be looking to get out of the development.
Okay, thank you. The private market condominium unit, we've had work from the Affordable Housing Office on who can afford that, and my understanding from those reports is that the majority of the population of City of Toronto cannot afford a condominium unit. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor, through the chair.
Okay. Development charges pay for services that support new developments, things like expansion of transit, additional transit vehicles, sewer, water, so on, correct?
To the speaker, that's correct.
And recently, the province of Ontario reduced some of the things that we get. And what was the figure for how much that cost us?
Around $2 billion. I think it was $2.3 billion was the total impact of services that were no longer eligible for collections against DCs.
Thank you very much. And do we have other financial tools available to us to pay for that?
So the City of Toronto has limited financial tools available to us in terms of addressing both our infrastructure renewal and our growth needs, which is why we tend to leverage development charges consistent with the development charge bylaw to support both the infrastructure needed to support development and the infrastructure needed to support communities once they move into those developments.
And I don't know if anyone on city staff will remember this. Councillor Bradford made reference to the industry saying that we should just eliminate all development charges. This, I believe, was Bill who's written that letter. Is that correct?
To To the Speaker, there is a letter from Build that
Okay.
speaks to the overall ask on the condominium.
And when we announced the city's rental program, where we're getting a mix of affordable rental and just putting rental through as market rental, we also got correspondence from Build. And I believe at that time they said, this program isn't generous enough, nobody will take it. And we actually sold that program out in less than a week. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, that's correct. We received 75 applications and a little more than 30,000 units within those applications, of which we were only able to accommodate 18 projects.
And since then, I believe Mayor Chow's done some very good work, and the federal government's now come in to match that rental program. So the experience there is we create an initiative, and governments who have access to broader revenue sources see if it works, and when it does, they bring in the big bucks. Is that kind of what happened?
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
Staff, to Mr. Conforti, have you ever asked Build or somebody at the province to inquire about possibly using some of the incredible access the province has to capital dollars to build infrastructure, to pay for infrastructure? In other words, you know, the province seems to have a blank check available for transit projects. I mean, they got $80 billion out there now, transit projects all over the place. Yet they can't find money that would build sewers, roads, hydro capacity out of their capital funds. Have you ever, Build ever said anything about that, or has the province ever said anything about that?
To the Speaker, so there are ongoing and routine discussions with other orders of government. Generally, the infrastructure that you see within municipalities, the majority of those are the responsibilities of the municipalities. We have been successful in sometimes with one-off funding agreements for certain infrastructure, and a DMAF comes to mind in terms of some sewer infrastructure, but those are fewer and far between. The majority of these costs are borne by municipalities.
But have we as a city ever asked the province to basically make some capital dollars available, which they, as I said, they're spending $100 billion right now on transit projects on everybody's street, yet they can't find capital dollars to build sewers, sidewalks, hydro capacity, which we can't afford to build.
To the Speaker, we do consistently ask the province for funding associated with infrastructure. You know, the success rate would vary. And I do say that the majority of the responsibilities end up falling on the municipality, but it isn't from lack of asking.
So would you possibly put that on your list, or do I have to move a motion that we beg the province to consider using some of their billions and billions, they seem to have an unlimited amount about, to build some sewers, to build some hydro capacity, to build some water capacity, build sidewalks for the new condos or rental housing that we need, because we can't afford to build that infrastructure. So would you require a motion from me or whatever you require to ask them?
To the Speaker, I haven't needed a motion yet, and I don't think we're going to need a motion going forward. This will continue to be an ask in our discussions with the province.
But maybe we have to be more aggressive in saying, you're spending $100 billion on building subways in everybody's backyard, no problem. Yet you can't find a couple of billion to build sewers for your new housing that you want so badly?
Speaker, one of the things we have done is we've been very clear that if they were to invest those hundreds of millions of dollars to help us build that infrastructure, we would be able to address development charge rates. So that's a specific ask that Council's already supported and endorsed us moving forward with. So we have a specific ask in front of them for over $1 billion worth of infrastructure dollars that'll help us do exactly what you've said, which will allow us to make it more affordable to build in this city.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Through the Speaker,
All
if I
right,
could just
so
add
we
a note.
just,
So if I could just add a note to the councillor's question, to indicate that we do have an intergovernmental ask as part of the purpose-built rental report, where we are requesting that the province assist us with funding to advance the next phase of purpose-built rental as well, which would be in line with your question, Councillor Cole.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we just have time for one speaker, Mayor Chow, to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This item in front of you is actually quite straightforward. There's been a lot of talk about the need to build housing faster. And we know the city of Toronto has a housing crisis. Everybody agrees we need to build. And there's all these applications that has already been approved. Everything has been done. Zoning's been done. The land's acquired. But the math just doesn't work. So in November, what we did was we expanded, we had a program for rental housing, and we said we could afford 7,000 to 8,000 units. So that's what we did. 23,000 more, close to actually 30,000 applications came in with 76 developers. And we were able to submit to say yes to 7,000 to 8,000. The federal government, looking at that, immediately said that we too will join you. We will provide low-cost financing. And so we are now getting a lot of the shovels in the ground, which is great news. But the second part of it is also the condominiums. They're saying that we too need support. The city only have that much funds. We do not have any more than what we can afford right now. So what is in front of you is a deferral. Rather than exempting their development charges, we are deferring it so that they have better cash flow right at the beginning, because this is the period that's hardest. So they can start the building. When they finish building, they then pay the development charges. And we've checked with the home builders. They said what we do here will then unlock the ability for them to actually start building. Great news. On top of that, we said, hey, we need to get something in return. How about if you give us anywhere between 5 to 10% affordable housing? And they said, okay, we'll do that. So what is in front of you is really a plan to defer the development charges. We'll get the money later. We will also get 5 to 10% of affordable housing out of it. We wish we could do more, but financially we just can't. The other thing is this. We are hoping that the federal and the provincial government also will provide us with rebates. If they are able to provide us with development charges rebate, then we could do more. But if we just rush ahead without asking them to partner with us, that put us in a very disadvantaged position. So that's why the report is in front of you, doing a small number first, getting the affordable housing, deferring the development charges, and then asking other levels of government to partner with us. Just cutting red tapes won't do it. We've already cut the red tapes. Approvals are going much faster, it's around 80% faster, but that is just not enough because of the financial math being not quite there. The interest rate is still a bit too high.
Thank you. Okay, we have time for one more speaker, because I see a lot of names coming on the screen. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I won't support this. And I want to make sure that we don't get caught up in a panic, because that's how I describe sometimes the reactions. The reality is, and you go look online if you want, I'm reluctant to quote a stat, because there's so many sources out there, but I think empirically, they will tell you that there's a lot of homes on the market right now, especially condos. They're taking a longer amount of time to sell, quite a number of days on the market. They're selling for less than what's being listed. You know, it is a difficult time in the market. And I appreciate that that makes things difficult for developers and throw in a whole bunch of economic uncertainty. But what this report really is it's asking taxpayers of the city to subsidize the financing of the creating of those homes. And it doesn't actually offer a benefit to the end recipient. The end recipient of the home still has to pay the development charges. It's done later in the process. And you know why does it cost taxpayers? Because we're effectively floating $182 million of development charges, money that we would collect, put into production, and otherwise be able to invest. The report says it right there. It's $28 million, $28.3 million worth of foregone revenue. And this all goes to the benefit of developers to stimulate their project in a time when the market has a lot of units on sale. So, you know, to put that into reality, I snuck in the question at the end, you know, like, what is this worth? It's 0.5% worth of taxes. And so it's not a trivial amount of money. And so here's a city where we've raised taxes like around 16% over the last 2 years. This is a significant sum of money. And yet it comes back and forth before us. The comments around are ones of duress, of crisis, of panic. And yet the reality is out there in the market that you can go acquire a condominium. There's not a shortage of resale ones on the market. And I'm sure you can go get a new one, no problem. And yet somehow there's something laid out before us that we're going to make it easier for developers so they don't have to pay now, they pay later. And ultimately, because of the vast sums of money, I mean, I like how they do it kind of down to the unit level. It's just, it's $9,000 a unit. That's an enormous amount of money put onto the shoulders of taxpayers. Do I think the market's going to change one? Yeah, it always does. I remember I owned a condo, my wife and I owned a condo when we were first married. A couple of decades ago. And the market wasn't so good then, but it was an important thing to buy, and we made good use of it, and we ended up going into a different property, and it was a great time in our life. But we didn't make a ton of money when we resold it, but we didn't look on that as a loss or the end of things. It was it was part of our life journey, a stepping stone. But the market was soft then. And here you have it again, but if there's anything I've seen is these things operate in great cycles. And there'll be other times when times are better. And yet we have this program that we have to ask taxpayers for more. I can't do that. I can't go and ask people to raise their taxes and then explain to them that a good chunk of it went to go and subsidize developers in a soft market. So I ask that you think about these things. Don't get caught up in the hype. Don't get caught up in the letters from the industry who are advocating for their industry. Right? Why wouldn't a builder want their costs to come down? Of course they would. They're doing everything they can to advocate for that. But somebody ultimately pays, because the economics of this is that there's nothing free in all of this. There's a cost. And that cost is being spread across the city. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay. I guess we'll just do the bills now. Pardon? Well, no. I mean, we only have one more speaker. If that's it. If anybody else puts their name on, we're not extending. Okay. No, sorry. No. Okay. Okay. I just have more people putting their. May I have a motion? May I have a motion to introduce bills 246 and 247? Councillor Fletcher?
Do that.
Okay. It's on the screen.
That leave be granted to introduce bills 246 and 247.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills?
Yes.
On favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? On favor? Carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Thompson, would you like to do that?
Thank you. That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 28 on March 26, 2025.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor? Carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? All in favor? Carried. So we'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow, and I hope everyone gets a good rest so we can have a good day tomorrow. Yes, and Friday.